I think the reason this case is so fascinating is because it's almost like an Agatha Christie whodunit. We have a almost celebrity level lovable victim who died under strange circumstances, and we have a closed off house with three suspects, with the mother who might have done it in a fit of rage, the father who might have done it to cover up something that he might have been doing with her, and then the brother who might have done it in a fit of rage or jealousy. And then we have the red herring of the stranger kidnapper who took her yet executed her before collecting the ransom. What actually happened to JonBenet Ramsey? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please take a moment to hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's episode, we're going to analyze one of the first interviews that John and Patsy Ramsey did after they discovered JonBenet Ramsey in their house the day after Christmas, dead in the cellar. Just a quick warning, the audio on this might only come through one headphone or one speaker, and that's just the way it was recorded.
I did not kill my daughter. To those of you who may want to ask, let me address very directly, I did not kill my daughter, JonBenet. There have also been innuendos that she has been or was sexually molested. I can tell you those were the most hurtful innuendos to us as a family. They are totally false. JonBenet and I had a very close relationship. I will miss her dearly for the rest of my life.
I'm Patsy Ramsey, JonBenet's mother, and I'm grateful that we are finally able to meet together face to face. I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a hideous, heinous crime. But let me assure you that I did not kill JonBenet. I did.
If you've binged all my videos, you know early on in my channel, one of my major focuses was analyses of denials. So denial videos, whether it was Liver King denying doing steroids, which I correctly concluded he was before he confessed to doing it, or Nadia Mine, the famous Warzone streamer, denying cheating, which I concluded she was cheating based on her denials long before it was proven. So a good denial, it happens when someone says, I did not do the specific act they're accused of. And I think both parents here actually give pretty good denials. Now, a few caveats. If someone gives a good denial, does that mean they are innocent? No, not necessarily. Denials can be coached, they can be rehearsed. And the Ramseys, if you're not aware, were extremely wealthy. They had very good counsel. They had attorneys who could coach them, and this interview was done in May 2nd, 1997. So about 4 to 5 months, something like that, after JonBenet was killed. So this is their first public interview. People can learn how to give good denials with practice and coaching. Also, by the same token, if someone gives an unreliable denial, a bad denial, does that mean they're guilty? Not necessarily. Like I always say in my videos, we need multiple signs of deception to conclude that someone's being deceptive. However, I am a statement analyst. The whole point of this channel is to teach you how to see the truth through people's words. So we're going to, for now, accept the Ramseys at their word, because I think they both gave reliable denials, and we'll listen again just to confirm. And if they gave reliable denials, we'll take them at their word until they say something that convinces us otherwise. And we saw this with the McCanns, where in later interviews we analyzed of them, they gave good responses, but then they contradicted themselves when they were asked unanticipated questions. So let's listen again. Let's listen to the denials, and then we'll see what we make of that.
Daughter JonBenet. To those of you who may want to ask, let me address very directly, I did not kill my daughter JonBenet.
That is a perfect denial. I did not kill JonBenet. There's no preface, for example, saying something like, I want to say I did not kill JonBenet. A preface like I want to say is actually a red flag, because someone can be telling the truth. I want to say I have a Bugatti. That doesn't mean I have a Bugatti. It just means I want to say I have one, right? So you're still telling the truth. And that's an easy way for the brain to lie or to deceive, because the statement itself is technically true. So let's listen again. I don't think there was any preface there. And then after he said it, there were no caveats, which is another sign of a true statement. Because deceptive people know they're lying, and they often say extra stuff after they lie because they know they need to persuade the listener.
To those of you who may want to ask, let me address very directly, I did not kill my daughter JonBenet. There have also been...
So that was good. Let me say very directly. Was a let me say a red flag? Not necessarily. It was a little bit of a preface, but also he's just starting to talk. It's a little bit of a preamble. It might be weird if he just said, without any sort of greeting or preamble to his statement to a room full of media, I did not kill JonBenet. So as far as I'm concerned, John Ramsey's denial is reliable. Does that mean he's innocent? No, because this could be coached. Remember, this is a few months after the event. However, we're going to take him at his word, and we'll accept that he did not kill JonBenet for now.
Innuendos that she has been or was sexually molested. I can tell you those were the most hurtful innuendos to us as a family. They are totally false. JonBenet and I had a very close relationship. I will miss her dearly for the rest of my life.
I'm Patsy Ramsey, JonBenet's mother, and I'm grateful that we are finally able to meet together face to face. I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a hideous, heinous crime.
This is actually interesting. So Patsy does not deny being involved in the crime. She's just appalled that anyone would insinuate it, which is actually not a denial. So for now, they might still be involved in the crime, or Patsy at least might still be involved in the crime because she did not deny it. Also, she brought up involvement in the crime on her own. No one said, for example, John addressed killing JonBenet and denied it. Patsy brought up involvement in a hideous crime separate from killing JonBenet. So listen, now she's going to deny killing JonBenet. Once she says that and we analyze that denial, I'll come back to this point about her failing to deny involvement in the crime.
But let me assure you that I did not kill JonBenet. I did not have anything to do with it. I love that child.
I did not kill JonBenet. I did not have anything to do with it. I did not kill JonBenet is a great denial. It's direct, no preamble. There was a little bit at the end there, though, where she elaborated, I did not have anything to do with it. But for now, we'll accept that as a reliable denial. We've seen denials that are much worse than these on the channel. Totally unreliable ones. As far as these go, they're a B plus A, right? They're pretty good denials. Now, why is it important that she did not actually deny any involvement in the crime? If you're familiar with the JonBenet case, JonBenet was allegedly kidnapped and a ransom note was left. And then the parents found the dead body in their wine cellar, I think. So the crime itself involved A, a kidnapping, B, extortion, right, a ransom, and then C, finally, a murder. Patsy and John have denied involvement in one part of that. Both of them denied the murder. However, they failed to deny involvement in the kidnapping and the ransom note, the extortion, the two other elements of the crime. And I think that's what makes this case so fascinating, because they have a son, Burke Ramsey. And I put this poll up on X a few hours ago, asking people who killed JonBenet Ramsey, and the options were John Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, Burke Ramsey, and a stranger kidnapper. And each option has received votes so far. And the top suspects, at least with my followers, my subscribers on X, are John Ramsey and Burke Ramsey, so the father and the son. But if you follow this case, there's a few theories about what might have happened. The theory with John is that he might have been molesting JonBenet and ended up killing her, maybe because she was going to come forward and tell her mom, or was going to tell someone about it and get him into trouble. So he took her out and then staged a kidnapping. The second option is Patsy, where some people believe that JonBenet wet the bed the night after on Christmas night. Patsy flew into a fit of rage and accidentally hit JonBenet on the head in her rage. And then she and John staged the kidnapping and the ransom note in order not to get in trouble. The third option is that Burke, who was 9 years old at the time, so JonBenet was 6, Burke was 9. The third theory is that Burke, JonBenet's older brother, might have been jealous of her because she was a pageant star and the apple of her mother's eye, killed her in some sort of fit of rage or out of jealousy. One theory is that because she stole a piece of pineapple out of his bowl and that was just the feather that broke the camel's back. Either way, that theory is that Burke killed her, and then the parents staged the kidnapping and the ransom note in order to save their son, Burke, from getting in trouble and having his life ruined. And then finally, the fourth theory is that JonBenet was actually kidnapped and held for ransom because the ransom note said, "Do not call the police, otherwise JonBenet dies." So the theory is that the kidnapper had JonBenet in the cellar, left the note, so it was an actual kidnapping. And when the Ramseys called the police, the murderer executed JonBenet and then escaped out of the house. So those are four theories. And the interesting thing here is, based on what the parents have said here, with their denials of killing JonBenet, to me, it looks like Burke Ramsey might be the best theory at this point. That Burke may have killed his sister in a fit of rage or out of jealousy. And that is why the parents can categorically deny killing JonBenet. However, if you listen to Patsy, she failed to actually deny having anything to do with the crime. She said it's absurd or something along those lines. So she said, "I did not kill JonBenet," which may be true. But when it came to having anything to do with the crime, she was equivocal. She didn't actually deny that, which suggests to me at this point, mind you, I have to crystallize this theory more. We're only something like 30 seconds into the first interview I've ever analyzed on this couple. It's looking that way. Both parents may not have killed JonBenet, but they staged the kidnapping to save Burke.
Miss her dearly for the rest of my life.
I'm Patsy Ramsey, JonBenet's mother, and I'm grateful that we are finally able to meet together face to face. I'm appalled that...
So saying you're appalled about something is not a denial. Liver King, when people ask him if he took steroids, would say, that's ridiculous. I can't believe you would ask me that. Mocking someone is not the same as denying what they're accusing you of, which is critical. Which, if you've seen my early videos, is probably one of the most important lessons from those early videos. Calling something ridiculous or ludicrous or absurd, or how dare you accuse me of that, that is not the same as denying the act. It's a form of going on a tangent. It's a form of deflection. And it's a go-to for bad liars. So she said it's ridiculous. Let's listen again.
And I'm grateful that we are finally able to meet together face to face. I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a hideous, heinous crime.
So I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a heinous crime. That's not a denial in the involvement of the crime. However, she does go on to deny killing JonBenet, which is why I think in this three-part crime, which involved a kidnapping, or extortion, a ransom note, and a murder, they might be involved in the other two elements. They might not have killed JonBenet, but they might have covered up the crime.
But let me assure you that I did not kill JonBenet. I did not have anything to do with it. I love that child with my whole of my heart and soul.
Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, what do you want to say to the killer of your daughter?
We'll find you. We will find you. I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life.
That's a red flag. Did you pick that up? If you've seen my OJ video or my McCann series, this should have stood out to you. So let's listen again. What would you say to the killer?
Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, what do you want to say to the killer of your daughter?
We'll find you. We will find you. I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life.
I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life. When OJ was asked about finding the real killer of his wife, his response was, I will look for the killer for the rest of my life. Almost the exact same words as John Ramsey. And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that is, how do they know the killer won't be caught tomorrow? How do they know the killer won't be arrested on a random traffic stop later that day? Right, with some evidence attaching him to the crime. Or the person with the DNA found from the crime scene being found later that day in 2 weeks' time. How does he know it will take the rest of his life for the killer to be found? This is probably the biggest red flag so far here, indicating that they do know who the killer is. Because it indicates knowledge outside of the facts. As far as the facts go, this is an open investigation. The killer could be found tomorrow. The piece of evidence that cracks the case could show up the next day. The kidnapper could call them tomorrow and say, you saw what I did to JonBenet. I'm going to do the same thing to Burke if you don't pay me. You know I can do it. You know I'm capable. How do they know that call's not coming? How do they know it will take him the rest of his life to find the killer? It's because he knows who the killer is. So when people say stuff like that, it sounds good in their head. They think this is what a father would say. In reality, it's not actually what they would say. Because if you know the killer's out there, you don't know it will take the rest of your life to find it. You could say, for example, that will be my life's goal. Or that will be the only thing I focus on. That's my sole focus. But saying it will take the rest of your life is a weird slip-up that liars make. And O.J. Simpson is also guilty of that.
Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, what do you want to say to the killer of your daughter?
We'll find you.
We will find you. If he had said that, that'd be a perfect answer. We will find you. That is my sole focus. And we're already closing in on you. Right? Something along those lines. They have clues, right? They have suspects. How does he know none of the suspects they have at the moment are not the killer?
We will find you. I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life.
Mrs. Ramsey?
Not that's my life's mission, or that's my life's focus, or that is the only thing I will do, or something like that. Like we are closing in on you. I'm working with the police. We will find you.
Likewise, the police and investigators have assured us that this is a case which can be solved. You know, you may be eluding the authorities for a time, but God knows who you are, and we will find you.
So Patsy's answer, believe it or not, is actually better than John's, because she says, you might be eluding the authorities for a time, and we will find you. That's actually a much better answer, because it indicates, okay, you've eluded them since January, and now it's May, but we will find you. In other words, she's not saying she knows it will take the rest of her life, that this killer will never be found. Also, what is the takeaway from this? What is the upshot? The upshot is, if the parents know who did it and they're not turning that person in, it's probably because they're protecting that person. And as far as I see it, the only person they would go to these lengths to protect would be their son, Burke. And apparently Burke, like the McCanns, is very litigious. So I'm just going to say this is my opinion based on my analysis.
I think one of the issues that was distressing to us, and it perhaps caused some bias of opinion, is why did we bring lawyers into this process early on? And I can tell you both how that happened and why it happened.
Regarding lawyering up, to me, it doesn't necessarily mean you're guilty. Innocent people actually should lawyer up. If you get arrested, one of the first things you should say is, I want a lawyer. Because anything you say, the Miranda rights are not a joke. Anything you say can be used against you. So if these parents who are smart know that they are going to be prime suspects, and let's say they are actually innocent, lawyering up is the smart thing to do. So it does not necessarily mean someone's guilty. However, you would expect the parents to be a little bit more cooperative with the authorities, because I think, according to some video I watched to get some background on this, they didn't speak to the police or answer any questions for something like 4 or 5 months. Like around the time they did this interview is the only time they actually answered the police's questions, which is quite suspect.
The how.
For example, they could answer questions with an attorney present and just decline to answer certain questions if they thought it was compromising.
Is that on the day after the tragedy, we were being consoled by friends and family, and a close friend of mine who was also a practicing attorney took me aside and said, John, I see some things developing here that I would like to ask your permission to do some things that I think are necessary to be done. And I said, fine, do it. And so he retained counsel for Patsy and I. And we later learned, and really later was really the next few days, that the reason he did this is that sadly for our country, most tragedies of this nature, the killing of a child.
Notice how he says this was a killing of a child? This was allegedly a kidnapping gone wrong. So we have to take that into consideration as well. He's talking about this like it was a straight up murder from square one. However, if the alibi is true that a kidnapper did this and was holding JonBenet ransom, this should be referred to as a kidnapping/murder. not just a murder. I think this might be a little bit of leakage that he knows that this was just a straight up murder. Which once again, for example, if this was a kidnapping gone wrong, Burke would still be a target, right? If someone had a vendetta against John, John's a very rich man. I think he had something like 2 private jets and a yacht. That's a rich guy. How does he know that this psychopathic kidnapper won't just come take Burke next? Why is this just referred to as a killing, not a psycho kidnapper? Because the crime really is, if you believe their alibi, a kidnapping that went wrong, so the consequence was the murder, not just a straight up serial killer style murder.
For our country, most tragedies of this nature, the killing of a child.
Also, the kidnapper note said if you call the police, JonBenet dies. And one of the first things they did was call the police. And I don't see any regret here about that decision. Are they not concerned that, hey, if we hadn't called the police and we had just paid this person or this group of kidnappers, JonBenet would still be alive? I don't see any remorse or second guessing. For example, I don't know, was calling the police the thing that killed her? You know, Patsy, why did you call 911? Didn't you read the letter? I could pay them. I got a bonus check for $100,000. I'm happy to pay them. I'd rather pay them $100,000 than have them kill my daughter. Why did you call 911? You don't see any of that. And it's similar to the McCanns, where they never point the finger at each other, right? It was your idea to go to Portugal. Well, it was your idea to leave them alone in the room where the kidnapper got them. You don't see in police statements, as far as I'm aware with the McCanns, any finger pointing, especially not in interviews. So these people actually remind me a lot of the McCanns, where it looks like they're co-conspirators. They have to work together to sell the lie, to sell the alibi, and they're doing it to protect the remaining child. In their case, or in the McCann's case, the twins. If you've seen my series on the McCanns, I believe they accidentally killed Maddie. They created an alibi about her kidnapping in order for them not to be arrested in Portugal for negligence or manslaughter and have their twins taken away into foster care and ruin the twins' lives. And I think I'm starting to see that here with the Ramseys. They seem to know what actually happened because they seem not to be concerned about this kidnapper who's still at large, who got into their house undetected and might be able to do it again and take Burke this time. And they have no remorse about calling 911 because if she was actually kidnapped, wouldn't that be the thing that got her killed? If they hadn't called 911, could things have ended up differently? If they had read the note earlier, they don't even know when the note was left there. You know, if only I had seen that note on the staircase, we could have paid them right away or contacted them before they, got impatient and killed JonBenet. There's no second guessing or regrets about handling the kidnapping wrong, which I think, in my opinion, points towards Burke. It's similar to the McCanns, like I said. If Burke accidentally killed JonBenet in a fit of rage or just, some weird way, they would rather, in the fight or flight, elevated stress hormone situation, they decided to fight and said, you know what, we're going to cover this up, make it look like a kidnapping in order to spare Burke having his life ruined. Because this story about a little boy killing his famous pageant star sister will follow him for the rest of his life. I could see that scenario.
Apparently, in the majority of cases, are family related. And I think that's a tragic statement for our country. But because we were the parents of JonBenet, we were automatically put in the suspect pool. And so to not have knowledgeable counsel might.
He's right about this, of course. He understood they would be prime suspects of the parents. He understood lawyering up might make him look guilty, but the benefits outweigh the risks. He's a logical guy. He might have been able to deduce, hey, if Burke whacked his sister on the head and killed her, believe me, Patsy, this will follow him for the rest of his life. His life will be ruined. JonBenet's already dead. Let's protect Burke. In fight or flight situations, people can be very, very, it's fight or flight for a reason. You can get very aggressive about protecting yourselves or run. In a fight or flight situation, I can see someone being very lucid. Look, JonBenet's dead. Sorry, honey. That sucks. I'm going to grieve later. Right now, we need to protect Burke. Here's what we're going to do. Sit down at the desk. I'm going to dictate a kidnapping note to you. Write it down. We're going to leave on the staircase, and you're going to call 911 in the morning. And we are going to stick to this story no matter what. And we're going to do it for Burke.
Close friend felt would be foolish.
Also, could I be totally wrong? Yes. Right? We're 3 minutes and 20 seconds into an interview, the first interview I've analyzed in this series. If you want me to do more on the Ramseys and look at more interviews and go through the entire suspect pool, I'm happy to do that. My McCann series has done exceptionally well. And in my last community poll, JonBenet Ramsey polled very well. So I think this could be the start of another great series. We're only 3 minutes and 20 seconds in. My top suspect right now is Burke Ramsey, but things can change. Right now, everything is speculative because we don't have enough interviews to see what echoes across the interviews and see what sounds scripted or see what's contradictory between interviews over time. Or the sign of scripting, if you see my videos about that, is when stories are super consistent across time, where no new details are added from reminiscence, which is another sign of deception, a counterintuitive sign of deception. And if you want to learn about that, you can see that in my redo and in my How to Repetition Reveals Lies episode and my How to Spot a Fake Story episode. So let me know in the comments if you want me to continue this series.
Now, we also at that time, as a parent, I looked at retaining of attorneys. We also brought in a couple of investigative firms, some experts that we assembled. I felt a very helpless feeling as to what can I do to help solve this case. Had it been in my power, I would have called out the National Guard, frankly. So as we looked at this group of people that we pulled together, it was not only to advise us in this process, but hopefully to assist the investigation to a closure.
One thing he said that was strange there was help solve this case, not help find the person who killed my daughter. Tone is one thing we look at in statement analysis. For example, when Nadia Amine claimed that someone swatted her house, when she talked about it, she said someone called the police and sent a SWAT team instead of some psycho called, or some jerk. She said some person, right? Which is a very soft tone, which is a red flag. When someone kills your daughter, it's a little bit more personal than solving a case. I would say I got investigators out there to find the person who kidnapped my daughter, who killed my daughter, to find this sick, murdering psychopath. I would expect a little bit stronger tone. Is that conclusive? Of course not, right? I'm just pointing it out because let's say in future interviews we see soft tone about the killer and that's consistent across interviews, it will start to look like more and more of a red flag.
We have spoken with the police. We spoke with the police approximately 8 hours on the 26th, another 2 hours on the 27th. Have supplied them with every piece of information we have. So the impression that we haven't spoken with the police is totally false. What we have, what has been delayed has been this formal interrogation of us as suspects. And frankly, we were as you might imagine, insulted that we would even be considered suspects in the death of our daughter, and felt that an interrogation of.
We have a little bit of a contradiction here. Before he was very logical. We lawyered up because, unfortunately, in America, most murders of children happen within the family. Now they're insulted. Well, were you ignorant and insulted by the police looking at you, or were you logical about it and understood the reality, which is why you lawyered up? So slight contradiction here. Slight sensitivity about not being totally candid with the police, which they were not, as far as I understand.
Of us was a waste of our time and a waste of the police's time, but because they have to do this, we're willing to do it, but not under any circumstance that was presented to us.
You know, we would like to think that we don't know anyone that we have ever met in our lives who could do such a thing to a child, you know, but they talked with us and said, please tell us names of people, you know, who may have been in your home at any time. You know, we just outpoured information just as much as we could try to remember, but you know, no one specifically came to mind. I mean, you can't imagine such a horrible thing ever happening, much less somebody that you may know.
You know, at first we were shocked and then outraged, and then we understood statistically that's a sad state of affairs, that's apparently in the majority of cases like this in our country, family members or parents are ultimately involved. And so we accepted being suspects, but...
So he's contradicting himself. Were they insulted or were they understanding? Also, notice how he says it's family members or parents. Burke, the brother, is a family member.
What concerned us, and certainly still does concern us, at least up till yesterday, is that any time spent looking at us is time that's wasted. And that in part is why we brought in an investigative team as well, too. An arrest is absolutely necessary in our lives for closure. Our lives cannot go on the same as they might have had JonBenet still been here. But I know how I feel today, and that an arrest must be made for us to go on with some semblance of a life and hope for the future. Yeah.
One of the reasons we asked you all to be here this morning is that we need your help from this moment on. I know you have been diligently covering this case, and we have appreciated some of what you've said. I have to be frank, not all of what you've said. But we need to all work together as a team, and we need your help. Some of you may have seen the ad that we placed in our local Daily Camera newspaper this past weekend. This reward money has been offered since the death of JonBenet, but we felt like it wasn't getting out to the public enough. So this ad with her most recent kindergarten picture will be appearing more and more frequently. And what we want to let everyone know is that this $100,000 reward is for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer of our daughter.
I think the reason this case is so fascinating is because it's almost like an Agatha Christie whodunit. We have a almost celebrity level, lovable victim who died under strange circumstances, and we have a closed-off house with 3 suspects, with the mother who might have done it in a fit of rage, the father who might have done it to cover up something that he might have been doing with her, and then the brother who might have done it in a fit of rage or jealousy. And then we have the red herring of the stranger kidnapper who took her yet executed her before collecting the ransom, and now not even giving a tip to collect the reward. Criminals typically turn on each other very easily. So there's no reward given out. Basically, this case has fascinated people for decades because of the whodunit nature of it. And I think if we analyze this interview as well as other interviews that the Ramseys have done, especially interviews with Burke, we might, through their own words, discover what actually happened the same way we did on this channel, in my opinion, with the McCanns.
We feel like there are at least two people on the face of this earth that know who did this, and that is the killer.
This is strange here. We feel like there's two people who know. I think they're right. I think if Burke did it, there are two people who know, or three people, them and Burke.
Daughter. We feel like there are at least two people on the face of this earth that know who did this, and that is the killer and someone that person may have confided in. And we need that one phone call. We need the one phone call to this number that will help the authorities come to a conclusion to this case. Please, please, if you know anything, I beg you to call us.
I would.
I think what's going to happen here is they're going to ask the Ramseys what they would want to happen to the person who killed JonBenet. And this is a classic interrogation technique where if you think you've got someone who shoplifted from a Walmart, for example, you ask them, what do you think should happen to the person? What do you think should happen to shoplifters? And then the person who suggests a low punishment is more likely to be the one who did it, simply because they're leaking their guilty knowledge. So I think they're going to ask them, do you think the death penalty, right, the person who killed JonBenet should get the death penalty? The correct answer I would expect from parents whose daughter was killed heartlessly and violently would be yes, death penalty. And anything other than that might be a red flag. At the very least, I'm going to note it for later when we look at future interviews. Also, let's say they don't say death penalty. Does that mean they did it? Not necessarily, but it could, once again, indicate soft tone towards the killer. Right? The same way they said we need to solve this case. If they say, well, no, the killer shouldn't get a death penalty, it might indicate once again that Burke is the one who did it. Because even in a hypothetical question, you wouldn't want to condemn your son to death, even if you're answering hypothetically and not even saying you know the killer is him. So this question could be very interesting to see how they respond. As always, I have not watched this interview before. I'm watching it with you at the same time to see if we pick up on the same stuff. If you pick up on anything I missed, drop it in the comments. I try to read every single comment, even if I don't reply, because when you catch something that I missed, I get the same satisfying eureka moment that you guys get when you hear me catch something that you missed.
Case. Please, please, if you know anything, I beg you to call us.
All right, so here we go, death penalty.
I would absolutely want the most severe penalty that could be brought. Patsy?
Good answer. I would prefer it even better if they said I would want their ass fried. Of course, he's not going to say that in an interview, but that sort of passion and vitriol for the killer would be nice to see, even if it wasn't reflected in his tone, but in the words he said. So here he didn't even say I want them to die or dead. He just said I want the most severe penalty available, which is like a B minus answer. It's not a fail, but it's not an A plus either.
I would.
Also, Burke was, let's say he did commit the murder. Let's say he murdered his sister because he was jealous of her. Sibling rivalry is a real thing, especially where one child is a celebrity and the other one plays second fiddle. And in the case of JonBenet, she was a famous, loved pageant star. And Burke was just a normal kid, her older brother, 3 years older. So he was a minor at the time this happened. So I don't think he would even be eligible for the death penalty.
I would absolutely want the most severe penalty that could be brought. Patsy? Yes, really.
So Patsy couldn't even answer the question. That is interesting. Because remember, she's being asked, would you want the person who killed JonBenet to get the death penalty? If she knows Burke did it, she can't even bring herself to say hypothetically that he should get the death penalty for what he did. Like I said, not answering this the correct way could be a red flag. And nothing is stronger, in my opinion, in the world than motherly instinct. And John gave a B+ answer, but Patty can't even say it, which is strange.
Severe penalty that could be brought. Patsy?
She's just nodding her head
Yes,
and crying, but all she said was yes. She didn't say, I want them dead or roasted. That is a red flag. That might actually indicate that she knows Burke did it. She could not condemn Burke even in her words. The more I watch, the more convinced I am that this was a tragic mistake, very similar to McCann's. A tragic mistake, except in this case, the mistake was the brother's mistake, not the parent's mistake. And then in the heat of the moment, in the fight or flight panic, the parents decided to create an alibi and stick to the alibi no matter what for the benefit of their other children. All right, and that's the end of the interview. Oh, no, never mind. There's just a tone playing for some reason.
There have also been innuendos that she has been or was sexually molested. I can tell you those were the most hurtful innuendos to us as a family.
How do you analyze an anonymous ransom note? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to analyze the ransom note from the JonBenet Ramsey case. If you're not familiar with that case, a little girl was allegedly kidnapped, and this is the note her mother found on the staircase. The mother read this note, then called the police, and later the daughter was found dead in their wine cellar. I've got an AI voice here who's going to read the note. And as usual, just like when we're watching a video, as I have comments, I'll just pause and give you my insights into the kidnapping note.
Mr. Ramsey, listen carefully. We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction.
So right off the bat, there is something odd here. Typically, when you're writing to someone, you don't say listen. You might say something like pay attention or read this very carefully. Something that indicates that the person's reading what you're writing, not listening to what you're writing. But this ransom note starts off by saying listen carefully, which may be an indication that it was actually dictated. And I think the criminal profiler, Pat Brown, is the one who caught this. and talked about it in a video she did on this case. So if you're not following along with my Ramsey series, this is the second installment. In the first installment of the series, I theorized that, and I think lots of people have this theory, I theorized that JonBenet's older brother, who was 9 at the time, accidentally killed her, and then JonBenet's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, orchestrated a hoax kidnapping to cover up the murder in order to protect JonBenet's brother, Burke. That is my theory. Of course, I've only analyzed one interview so far, and right now we're analyzing this ransom letter. So if my theory is right, and we're just going to work under that premise, the listen carefully in the kidnapping note might actually indicate that John and Patsy realized JonBenet was dead. Kind of like the McCanns, they decided, okay, we're in fight or flight mode. Let's fight. We're going to cover this up to protect what remains of our family unit. John took Patsy into the study and said, Patsy, listen, I'm going to dictate a letter to you. You write it down. And then we're going to set this out on the staircase like it's a kidnapper who left it for us. And we're going to call 911 and we're going to lie our asses off so that we do not get caught. We're going to stick to the lie. I think something similar happened in the McCann's case. So it's another situation where the husband probably took control of the situation. And the very first words of this letter, Mr. Ramsey, listen carefully, might actually indicate that that's what happened. That John took charge, told Patsy to start writing, and then dictated the letter to her. And I also think I read somewhere when I was doing a little bit of background on this case that the paper used to write this ransom note came from within the house. It was actually part of John or Patsy's stationery. So you either have to believe that a kidnapper broke into the house and then took the time to write a very extensive 3-page ransom note, or this was a cover-up. And the parents, who are not actual kidnappers, overdid it by quite a bit and wrote a very complicated, long ransom note. All right, so let's start from the top and just notice how odd it is that it starts off with listen carefully. That might indicate it was dictated.
Mr. Ramsey, listen carefully. We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. We do.
Another sign this might be a hoax is if you're foreign, you don't call yourself foreign. So let's say this was ISIS who kidnapped her. They wouldn't say, we are foreign. They would say, we are ISIS. Because you're not foreign to yourself, right? You are local to yourself. You're in a foreign country kidnapping someone's daughter. So this is yet another sign, them calling themselves foreign, that this is a hoax.
Listen carefully.
A hoax kidnapping letter written by parents who are trying to cover up the crime of their son, or a crime that one of them committed. I'm still not decided whether I'm 100% in the camp that Burke committed the crime. Maybe Patsy did it and then she and John covered it up, or John did it and then he and Patsy covered it up. It's still uncertain. I'm still developing this theory the same way I did with the McCanns. But once my theory crystallizes over time, just like I did with the McCanns about 9 videos in, I become very certain in my opinion, and I'm willing to go all in on my conclusion. So far, I'm keeping all options open.
Listen carefully. We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. We do respect your business, but not the country that it serves. At this time, we have your daughter in our possession. She is safe and unharmed, and if you want her to see 1997, you must follow our instructions to the letter.
If you're listening on podcast mode, there were 2 misspellings there. The kidnapper said we respect your business, and they spelled business incorrectly. And then they also spelled possession incorrectly. Later in the letter, there are some more complicated words that the kidnapper uses, which indicate that these misspellings were deliberate to try to make it look like the author's first language was not English, which is more evidence that this was a hoax. It seems like the author started out thinking, okay, I'm going to make this sound like a foreign person wrote it, so I'm going to do some misspellings. But as they continued writing the letter, they forgot about that. And they started spelling stuff that would be a lot harder, like particularly, and situation and tampered, etc., correctly without any errors. So the fact that the spelling errors only occur towards the beginning of the letter is a red flag that this is someone trying to mask their identity, because they drop that mask later when they actually spell stuff correctly.
She is safe and unharmed, and if you want her to see 1997, you must follow our instructions to the letter. You will withdraw $118,000 from your account.
So now we have the demand from the kidnappers. What's odd about this demand? First, the amount, $118,000. That is a relatively small amount when you consider that John Ramsey had 2 private jets and a yacht. Secondly, you will withdraw $118,000 from your account. How do they know that he doesn't have $118,000 sitting around in a safe in his office behind a painting, and he could just pay them in cash right now? So the assumptiveness that A, he has it in his account, and B, that he doesn't have easier access to it is odd. A typical ransom note you would expect would say you need to pay $118,000, drop it off here on this date, come alone. If you call the police, I kill your daughter. Done. But this one actually reveals, it seems like leakage, that the author knows there's $118,000 in his account, and the author knows he does not have that in cash somewhere in the house. So the author's leaking that they know the easiest way to get this money is to go pull it out of the bank, whereas a kidnapper would not know what the most expeditious way to get the money is. They would just tell him to get the money and not particularly care how he does it. Also, just as far as context goes, and I've seen other places, and I did some more background on this one just because there's more characters involved. And I think it was Pat Brown who mentioned that John Ramsey actually got a check for $118,000. He got a bonus that year, a Christmas bonus for that exact amount, which could be a coincidence. It could be the kidnapper, let's say this is a real note, was familiar with him and knew he got that bonus. It is strange though. Or most likely to me, the number $118,000 came to the author's head because it was just in their head as an amount. And that would mean that it was either John who wrote this letter, either by hand or by dictation, and he just had that amount in his head, or Patsy had that amount in her head. You know, for example, if John came home earlier that day and said, guess what, great news, I just got a bonus for $118,000. So the choice of the precise amount matching his bonus is a red flag, and the small amount of the ransom request is a second red flag.
You will withdraw $118,000 from your account. $100,000 will be in $100 bills and the remaining $18,000 in $20 bills. Make sure that you bring an adequate size attaché to the bank. When you get home, you will put the money in a brown paper bag. I will call you between...
This is interesting. When you get home. If I live somewhere, I call it home. My house is my home. However, if I'm a kidnapper inside someone else's house, would I call it a home? That's an odd choice of words. For example, you would expect a kidnapper to say, when you get back to your house, put it into a brown paper bag. Would they call it a home? The author calling this a home suggests that is actually their home, right? They're referring to John's house as a home. It probably means that it's their home as well, which to me is more evidence that the author is either John Ramsey or Patsy Ramsey, or both of them working on it collaboratively, or by John dictating this letter to Patsy and her writing it down. And there is a little bit more evidence of dictation. For example, if you're listening on podcast mode, you won't be able to see this. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that there are actually words that are scribbled out. So for example, the line, "We respect your business, but not the country that serves." After "we," there's a word that's scribbled out, which might actually be, "We don't respect your business." And then, "but not the country that serves." So this looks almost like someone dictating and then changing the direction of their sentence so that the transcriber goes back, crosses out the word, and then it's corrected later in the sentence, "but not the country that serves." For example, if someone had just made a basic error, they would, in like a typo, they would say, "We don't respect your business, nor the country that it serves." Or, "We don't respect your business or the country that serves." But if this was an error when someone was dictating and then decided to change the sentence, "We don't," actually, you know what? Scratch that. Scratch out "don't." "We respect your business, but not the country that serves." That would make more sense as a dictation, where the whole meaning of the sentence can change just by crossing out one word without having to cross out more words later.
I will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. tomorrow to instruct you on delivery. The delivery will be
I will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. tomorrow. How do they know? How does the author know when they will read this letter? For example, if they kidnap JonBenet at midnight, what does tomorrow mean? That is strange. Also, I think that that they were supposed to be taking a trip to Atlanta the morning they found this letter. So, for example, the time, early in the morning, so this could all be handled before they went on their trip, is very convenient. I think that is a red flag, though. I will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. tomorrow. What if Patsy woke up to get a glass of water in the middle of the night and found the letter? The tomorrow wouldn't make sense. Saying tomorrow indicates you know exactly when someone's going to read this letter. Instead of, "I will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. on Tuesday," or on the 1st of the year, on January 1st. Or, I mean, this happened around Christmas, right? So on December 26th. Saying tomorrow, I think, might actually be a little bit of leakage from the author that they know when they're going to read, when this letter was going to be read. And if you were hoaxing this letter, you would know, okay, we already read it, so just have it say tomorrow, so that, it makes sense that we read it today. You wouldn't be considering the things a kidnapper would be considering. Whereas a kidnapper would know, okay, I wrote this, I need to make sure that they're waiting by the phone on the 26th, not the 27th, so I can demand my money from them. I feel like this tomorrow is a little bit of leakage, that this was written after the fact by someone who wasn't too concerned about the specifics of the time.
The delivery will be exhausting, so I advise you to be rested. If we monitor you getting the money early, We might call you early to arrange an earlier delivery of the money and hence an earlier delivery pickup of your daughter.
Now we're getting into the realm of an overly long ransom note. Remember, this note was written inside the house. That means the person, if we are to believe that someone actually kidnapped JonBenet, we have to believe that they snuck into the house at night and spent all this time advising them to be well rested when they collect their money for them, which is kind of absurd. Does it mean that this is 100% not written by a kidnapper? No. However, if I'm stacking up my poker chips, I've basically already gone all in that this was written by someone in the family. This was not written by a stranger kidnapper. This is a hoax letter written by someone who did not actually kidnap JonBenet, and that's leaking through in the amount that was requested, in the fact that it says tomorrow rather than a specific date.
If we monitor you getting the money early, we might call you early to arrange an earlier delivery of the money and hence an earlier delivery pickup of your daughter. Any deviation of my instructions.
Also, JonBenet was kidnapped on Christmas. Are banks open the next day? Like, if you were a kidnapper, wouldn't you want to know? And you're telling the person to go get the money out of their account. Surely you would have checked if the banks are open so you can actually collect your money. Otherwise, now you have to hold this kidnapped kid for 1 or 2 extra days. So please let me know in the comments, are the banks actually open the day after Christmas? I don't think they are. And if they're not, it's just more evidence this is not a real kidnapping note. If you're going to go through all the effort of breaking into someone's house, taking their daughter, requesting money, basically guaranteeing yourself decades of your life in prison if you're caught, you're going to make sure that that person is able to go to the bank to get you your money ASAP.
Any deviation of my instructions will result in the immediate execution of your daughter. You will also be denied her remains for proper burial. The 2 gentlemen watching over your daughter do not particularly like you, so I advise you not to provoke them. Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police, FBI, etc., will result in your daughter being beheaded.
This is an interesting line. Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police, will result in your daughter being beheaded. What did Patsy do immediately after finding this letter? She called 911. And then after she called 911, and this is something I pointed out in my other Ramsey's video, after Patsy called 911, they later found JonBenet's dead body where she had been hit over the head and strangled. And not once do we ever hear them express any remorse about that 911 call. Based on this letter, you would think in the context, Patsy might think to herself, oh my God, if I had not called 911 that morning, JonBenet would still be alive. All we had to pay them was a stupid bonus amount my husband earned. They're a very wealthy family. All we had to pay was that stupid bonus check and she would still be alive. If only I had not called 911. But you never see her express that. It's as if she knew that calling 911 would not result in her daughter being beheaded because her daughter was already dead. And this was a cover-up to hide the fact that her daughter was killed either by her husband or by her son or by herself. So Patsy's phone call, I don't think, from the analysis I've seen of this case and other people talking about it, no one makes a big enough a deal about that. If this were an actual kidnapping, JonBenet's death was a direct result of Patsy calling the police. If Patsy had not called the police and they had simply waited around for that phone call, they could have paid the kidnappers and gotten JonBenet back, right? So the fact that they don't express any remorse about that or second guessing themselves, and the very fact that Patsy just called the police right after getting this letter, and on that 911 call, she says, "I just got this note," indicates that this was not a real kidnapping. It was a cover-up. You can tell by the way they don't regret calling the police. There was no hesitation or debate about it. And after JonBenet was found dead, there's no finger pointing. For example, John saying, "Why the hell did you call 911 without reading the letter? I could have paid this." You don't see any of that. And that's why it's so hard to lie. If you're trying to do a hoax, it's very difficult to consider all the things someone who's actually in that situation might do. You need to think in 4 dimensions to try to put yourself into a situation that a real person would be in, and you cannot always act consistently the way they would.
Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police, FBI, etc., will result in your daughter being beheaded. If we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies.
If we catch you talking to a stray dog, your daughter dies. What does Patsy do? Immediately picks up the phone and calls 911. I don't think, how do you know the kidnapper's not still in the house? And this is something someone brought up in my live chat when I premiered my last Ramsey's video. Apparently the Ramseys, during this time, right, while Patsy found this letter and then called 911, sent Burke, their son, to his room. Well, if you have this letter in front of you, and the kidnappers are telling you, "We are monitoring everything you do. We will know if you talk to a stray dog. We will know if you call 911. How do you know they're not still in the house watching you? How do you know Burke is safe up in his bedroom? Surely you would all be huddled in the kitchen, holding knives, or if John has a gun handy, sitting in the kitchen wondering how the hell they're watching you. Do they have your phone tapped?" Once again, it just reiterates the point. It is very difficult to lie, especially to pull off a hoax perfectly, because not only do you have to say all the things someone would say in that situation, but just contextually, you have to act like someone would act in that situation. If your daughter were actually kidnapped and the kidnapper told you, "I am watching you," well, then you'd probably bring your son down to the kitchen with you and all be huddled together. And if the kidnapper said, "If you call 911, your daughter will be beheaded," surely you would debate for a little while, or at least wait till 8 to 10 p.m. to get that phone call before you risk calling 911. They didn't do either. They sent Burke to his bedroom and they called 911 immediately. Contextually, it does not add up. And that's why part of deception detection is statement analysis. The other part is using logic and understanding the context of what's going on. With this set of facts, is this how you would act? Is this how someone actually in the situation would react? And to me, it stinks of a hoax. They're acting like there is no real threat because they know there is no real threat. They know JonBenet's already dead. They know there's no kidnapper watching them. Hence, they feel fine putting Burke in his bedroom, and they feel fine calling 911 to initiate their alibi, to kick off the hoax.
If we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies. If you alert bank authorities, she dies. If the money is in any way marked or tampered with, she dies. You will be scanned for electronic devices, and if any are found, she dies. You can try to deceive us, but be warned that we are familiar with law enforcement countermeasures and tactics.
Remember, early in this letter, they were spelling business and possession wrong. Now they not only know the words law enforcement countermeasures and tampered, and what other stuff are they saying here? Basically, they're using lots of American vocabulary, even the slightly, the tone of she dies, she dies. It sounds very American. These are complicated words. They're all spelled perfectly now. And the she dies sounds like something out of a movie script. If you do this, she dies. If you do that, she dies. So you can see they started off with the masking. They wanted to John and Patsy, I think, wrote this letter. So I'm just going to drop the possibility that this is a real kidnapper at all. So John and Patsy, in my opinion, wrote this. They started off wanting to make it look like an actual foreign faction, like some stranger terrorist group kidnapped their daughter, hence the misspellings, and referring to themselves as a foreign faction, which a foreign faction would not actually do, because you're not foreign to yourself. You do not declare yourself foreign. I'm a foreigner. You don't say that. Someone asks where you're from, you say I'm an American. If I'm in Japan and they ask me where are you from, I don't say I'm a foreigner. I say I'm American. They might call me a foreigner. I call myself an American. So they started off wanting to paint this picture of a foreign terrorist group. However, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs in, the mask is starting to slip. They're using big words. Now all of a sudden this kidnapper who can't even spell business is talking about law enforcement countermeasures and the possibility of alerting bank authorities. It doesn't add up. There's internal inconsistencies.
You can try to deceive us, but be warned that we are familiar with law enforcement countermeasures and tactics. You stand a 99% chance of killing your daughter if you try to outsmart us.
This is interesting. You stand a 99% chance of killing your daughter. I think that's some leakage there. I think there's a 100% chance that someone in the family killed their daughter. Like I said, I'm leaning towards Burke did it simply because of how John and Patsy spoke in this interview, which I analyzed the other day. It looked like they were being very selective and guarded with their words in order to protect someone. Of course, they could be trying to protect themselves. But I'm leaning towards both parents came together to protect Burke. Kind of like the McCanns, where Kate and Jerry McCann came together to protect Kate because she made a mistake which ended up in the death of her daughter, in my opinion. And I always think that it's not the father in these cases. For example, I don't think Jerry McCann accidentally killed Madeline, because I think if that were the case, Kate would have turned on him. As I say in my videos, I think, as I've started saying recently, a mother's love, motherly instinct is probably the strongest thing in the world. And if you look at the videos I choose to cover, I was noticing this myself. I tend to gravitate towards cases where it's an aberration to that. For example, the reason I came back to YouTube was Ruby Frankie, a mother who was sadistic and actually publicized herself torturing her children on YouTube. I think it affects me very strongly when I see an aberration with mothers, the way they treat their children, because I think it's so evil. And because I have such a great mother. I love my mother. So in this case, I think that what happened here is either Burke killed JonBenet by accident or Patsy did. Because I think if John, the father, had killed her, Patsy would have turned on him. Kind of the same way I think that if Jerry had accidentally killed Madeline, Kate would have turned on him. These are not psychopathic people. I don't think the Ramseys are psychopaths. I don't think the McCanns are psychopaths. Right? That doesn't mean they're not negligent people. I don't think they're psychopaths. I think O.J. Simpson is an example of a psychopath. If you watch my video on him, or Casey Anthony is a psychopath. If you watch my video on her, that's very different from the Ramseys and the McCanns.
You stand a 99% chance of killing your daughter if you try to outsmart us. Follow our instructions and you stand a 100% chance of getting her back.
So, if you try to outsmart us, 99% chance your daughter dies. Follow our instructions, 100% chance you get your daughter back. If you were the parents and you got this letter, would you not at least consider waiting for the phone call to pay these people before you call 911? The fact that Patsy picked up the phone and called 911 immediately after getting this letter, to me, is the biggest red flag of all. There was no debate, no waiting for the call to come in. She literally read them say, if you call the police, your daughter dies, and she picked up the phone, called 911. I don't believe it. Also, I don't believe it because if you understand the story of JonBenet before her death, she was the apple of her mother's eye. The name JonBenet is actually a portmanteau of JonBenet, her dad's first and middle name. So he literally named JonBenet after himself. And JonBenet's middle name was Patricia, Patsy's name. So these parents literally named their daughter after themselves. I feel like they had a lot of love for her, or at least a lot of affection for her and for Burke. I don't think this was an abusive family from what I've seen here. Now, then again, I've only analyzed this letter and one interview. I feel like this cover-up stemmed from fight or flight instincts from the parents, accepting the reality that JonBenet was dead, and deciding they needed to come together to protect Burke or to protect Patsy. That's my instinct. I could be totally wrong, right? I've only analyzed one interview and this letter so far.
Follow our instructions and you stand a 100% chance of getting her back. You and your family are under constant scrutiny as well as the authorities. Don't try to grow a brain, John. You are not the only fat cat around, so don't think that killing will be difficult. Don't underestimate us, John. Use that good Southern common sense of yours. It is up to you now, John. Victory. S.B.T.C.
All right, so that's the ransom note. And we're only 34 minutes in, so I think we have time to analyze the 911 call. So I'm going to do a quick cut here. Let's analyze Patsy's 911 call to police. All right, if you're listening on podcast mode, I'm playing the 911 call. And the YouTube video with this call is saying it was 5:52 a.m. when Patsy called the police from a wall phone in her kitchen to report her daughter was missing. Now remember, that call said that the ransom note said if they just waited till 8 to 10 p.m. tomorrow, so I don't know if that was supposed to mean this day or the next day, and they only paid a relatively small sum of $118,000, they would get their daughter back alive. But immediately, first thing in the morning, we're supposed to believe that Patsy read the letter and then called the police immediately, which to me, in the context, just does not add up. All right. And then it says she was standing only feet away from where the ransom note had been found at the top of a stairwell leading to the basement, where JonBenet's body was discovered 8 hours later.
911 emergency. Police. What's going on? 515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am?
Okay. If you've seen my McCann's video analyzing how to analyze an emergency, you know that the FBI actually has a best practices checklist for intake of an emergency 911 call. However, in the 90s, I don't even think this checklist existed. So the dispatcher might not pick up on things that we would pick up on here. For example, notice how Patsy gives her address, which means that's her priority, instead of my daughter is missing, which is a slight red flag in terms of priority. It seems almost like she's psyched herself up for the call and she was expecting them to ask, what's your address? But instead they ask, what's your emergency?
911 emergency. We need him. Police. What's going on? 515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping.
We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please. We have a kidnapping. That's her basically saying what her emergency is. We have a kidnapping. And then what is the very start of the ransom note? We are a group. We respect your business. We. Does this mean she wrote the letter? Of course not. But it's interesting that she's speaking in terms of we. When someone's making a statement, typically we like them to speak in the first person so we know they're speaking for themselves, that they're taking full possession of what they're saying. They're taking full responsibility for the words coming out of their mouth. Also, we have a kidnapping. She didn't say my daughter's been kidnapped or my daughter is missing, which is a strange way to phrase it. We have a kidnapping. She even takes possession of the kidnapping. Instead of saying my daughter's been kidnapped or there's been a kidnapping, she says we have a kidnapping. She's almost taking possession of the kidnapping, which is a strange way to phrase it. Which, if I eventually conclude that I think their kidnapping was a hoax, makes sense. The kidnapping is theirs. The kidnapping is hers and John's because they fabricated it. We have a kidnapping makes sense if you look at it through the filter where I'm seeing it through, where JonBenet was already dead, and then they faked a kidnapping to cover it up to protect whoever killed her. Also, people might ask, well, hey, if JonBenet got hit on the head by accident by her brother, why not just call the police or the paramedics and just handle the process? Well, the thing is that not everyone thinks that logically in an emergency. In an emergency, for example, someone like John might be thinking about his reputation. How does this make me look if one kid killed the other kid? Will this follow Burke for the rest of his life if he killed his sister? Will he be known as the boy who killed his sister for the rest of his life? And how, if he's a narcissistic, how will that reflect on me? How will it look if my son killed my daughter? How embarrassing for me. So you never know what people's motivations are in an emergency. It's actually really hard to predict.
Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left in our daughter's.
So what is Patsy's priority? She has still not said that her daughter is missing. When the officer asks, what's your emergency? She says, there's a note left and our daughter's gone. So the priority, the big problem for Patsy, the thing she wants to get across to the police is this note, not the missing daughter, which is odd, which is actually the sign of guilty knowledge when you're analyzing a 911 call. One major red flag on 911 calls is when the caller expresses a problem that is not specifically the victim who needs help. And here, what is the emergency? At the top of the list is this note. And then the daughter being missing. Also, she said, we have a note. There's a note left. She didn't say we discovered a kidnapping note or kidnappers have my daughter and they left a ransom note. The way she's phrasing this is very vague. Also, why would it be vague? Why would she be so reticent about saying a kidnapper took my daughter and left a ransom note? Because lying is hard. If she knows that's not true, it might be easier to just stick to stuff that's true. And saying we have a note left here is true. There is a note left on the stairs. What she might be omitting is that she wrote the note and she left it there. But it's still a true statement. We have a note left here. And my daughter is gone. And by gone is another way to say dead. So we have a note left here and my daughter is gone is 100% true. It's very easy to say. Of course, she's omitting the context. And that's how about 99% of deception is done. If someone's trying to deceive you, 99% of the time, they'll do it by just leaving stuff out. They won't actually fabricate a lie. That's much harder to do. And that's why I don't think Patsy is a psychopath or John is a psychopath. Whereas I do think Casey Anthony is a psychopath because she can actually fabricate stuff out of whole cloth, out of thin air, and say it directly to the police's face, which is very difficult to do. So listen to Patsy's answer and notice how she doesn't directly say her daughter's been kidnapped, nor does she say this note is specifically a kidnapping note, a ransom note. Everything she says could be true, even if my theory is correct.
15th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hi.
We have a kidnapping. Did she say my daughter's been kidnapped? No. Just we have a vague kidnapping. And that could be true. They concocted this phony kidnapping. That's easy to say. We have a kidnapping. The kidnapping consists of my husband sitting me down at the desk and having me transcribe a ransom note that he dictated to me.
Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone.
There's a note left and our daughter's gone. Both of those could be entirely true. So that's actually a very big point. The way this is phrased is deceptive in that it's vague, which is a red flag. When someone gives you a vague bit of information, especially on a 911 call, where you're expecting the caller to try to be as specific and helpful as possible because there's an emergency going on. We have a note, perfectly reasonable. She's just leaving out the fact that she wrote it and she left it there. And our daughter's gone. She's just leaving out the context that by gone, she means her daughter's dead.
Gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old.
Notice how she didn't say my daughter is kidnapped, because that would be a direct lie. That is a lot harder to do. And if you've binged all my videos, you should know by now how very, very difficult lying is. Lying is a lot harder than you might expect, especially when the pressure's on, where there's high stakes. Like, for example, if you get caught lying, you go to prison, and you're lying to the police. That's high pressure.
She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was this? I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter's dead.
How long ago was this? I don't know. I just got the note. So she can't even give a ballpark. Well, we went to bed at midnight and I just woke up and I can't find my daughter. I've been looking for an hour. I don't know. Very vague, very unhelpful. One sign of a guilty caller on a 911 call from our FBI checklist. And if you want to see the full checklist, watch this video, How to Analyze an Emergency. And the checklist is right there. Is non-cooperativeness. So when someone does not specifically answer the dispatcher's question in a useful way, it's a sign of a guilty caller. And overall, there's about 11 signs of guilty callers. And when you see them, you can basically bet your money that the person A did the crime or B knows who did the crime and is just trying to cover it up.
Say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here.
Does it say who took her? I don't know. Now she's calling it a ransom note. Well, remember, if she read the note, it says who took her, SBTC. Even the first line says who took her, a small foreign faction. Why would she not answer that to the police? It's strange. At the very least, it's non-cooperative.
Here, it's a ransom note. It says SBTC.
Okay, so she found who wrote it.
Victory.
If we look at the note here, it actually says Victory SBTC, not SBTC Victory. Does that mean she's saying this from memory? I don't know, but the reversal is strange.
Please. Okay, what's your name?
Okay, another note about 911 calls, if you haven't seen my video about this. Politeness is the sign of a guilty caller, believe it or not. You might be thinking, hey, I'm polite. I say please all the time. I say thank you all the time. If I called the police, I would say thank you and I would say please. Very uncommon. If you're calling 911 in an emergency, even the most polite person is very unlikely to say ingratiating things like please and thank you. In fact, a lot of times they don't say, saying hi or hello is a sign that someone might not be in a real emergency, that it's a hoax or a guilty caller. Something as simple as saying hi. And she started off this call by saying police. Real callers in real emergencies don't say please. They don't say thank you. In fact, they come off very, very rude and very urgent. And urgency and rudeness are actually the number one indicator of an innocent caller. And this is not the first time Patsy has said please. So does this make her guilty? Does this mean this is a fake call? Not necessarily. However, between the ransom note, which looks like a hoax, between this interview I watched of them, which looks like they're hiding the identity of the real killer, and all the red flags in this 911 call regarding uncooperativeness, the vague answers, the politeness, which indicates it's not an actual emergency, and some other ones I might have missed. If you're a member of the channel, you do have the checklist here. So if I'm missing something and you are a member, feel free to drop your notes about this call over here on this post about 911 calls. And I see lots of you have analyzed the 911, what's his name, Michael Peterson 911 call. And I'm looking through those notes. And if this video does well, I might actually do a video about the staircase revolving around the 911 call. So if you're a member, drop your notes about this call if you want to on that post, this Patsy Ramsey call.
Your name? Are you Patsy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God!
I'm the mother, not I'm JonBenet's mother, which is strange, which might indicate that she knows JonBenet is already dead. So she's not even referring to her as JonBenet anymore. I'm the mother of a deceased little girl.
Please. I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got up and she was...
We just got up and she's not here. The number one sign of a guilty caller is extra information, alibi-related information. Please, we just got up. That is unnecessary to say. The dispatcher is asking, do you know how long your daughter's been gone? Useful information would be, last time I saw her was midnight when I tucked her into bed because we just got home from a party. So she might have been gone 5 hours, right? You'd be racking your brains to try to provide useful information. Instead, what does Patsy do? She says, no, I don't know, which is totally not helpful. It's unhelpful. Saying what time you put JonBenet to bed is helpful. But instead of saying something helpful, she says, we just got up. So she and John just woke up. Why does she feel the need to say that? It sounds like an alibi. Well, we just woke up, so we couldn't have done it. I just woke up and I'm calling you. How could I have killed her? How could I know who did it? It's extraneous information. Extra information about the crime itself is the number one indicator of a guilty 911 caller. So the number one indicator of an innocent caller is urgency. Urgency and rudeness, believe it or not. Signs of an innocent caller. Patience and extra information about the crime. So we have a kidnapper. He left a ransom note. We just got up. I think I might see one of his shoe prints. The window was open. All those things, right? Things talking about evidence or evidence of the crime are all red flags for a guilty caller. Because typically what it is narrative building. The caller is guilty and they're trying to get their alibi onto the record. They know these 911 calls are recorded. They know they want to get their alibi expressed immediately because they know they're guilty. Innocent people aren't trying to solve the crime. At the same time, they're trying to solve an emergency situation.
You are here? Oh my God, please. Okay, well, somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath. Please, okay? Hurry.
Right? Please, please, please. More politeness and more repetitiveness. Please, please, please. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Another sign of a guilty caller. Lots of liars they know they need to talk on a 911 call, but they don't want to give too much information in case some piece of evidence contradicts what they said on the 911 call. They're acutely aware their 911 call is being recorded. But they know they need to talk. They know they need to sound anxious. They know they need to slip in little clues to their alibi. So what do? A lot of the time, they say stuff like, please, thank you, etc. And they repeat stuff. So here, hurry, 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 please, please, please. Not please send someone. Not even that, right? Or send somebody. Are you sending someone? That's what you would expect to hear. Or the note said, don't call the police. So if you send someone, make sure they're plain clothes. Nothing like that, right? She doesn't even, so she's not worried about a squad car pulling up to her house. Right now, she thinks that JonBenet is kidnapped, and if she calls the police, they're going to kill JonBenet. You'd think she would, A, wait to call the police, or come up with a more creative way to contact the police, just in case they are being monitored. And B, do you think she would, at least if she's going to call the police, tell them to send a plainclothes cop? She doesn't even mention that here. So, as far as statement analysis goes, this is a fail. This is a red flag 911 call. It's a sign of a guilty caller, someone who either committed the crime or knows who committed the crime and is trying to hide the information they know. B, just contextually, just using our brains as detectives and trying to put ourselves into the shoes of someone who's actually in the situation. Kidnappers have her daughter. She knows that's a fact. She can't find her daughter. She has a ransom note. They say, call the police. She dies. What does she do? She immediately calls the police. And then she does not even ask them to only send a plainclothes cop. There's no request like that here. What does that tell us? It means she knows the ransom note isn't real. How would she know it's not real? Because she knows who actually wrote it. Help me, Jesus. Patsy's the priority of the call. Patsy and the note are the priorities of the call. Not JonBenet. I think the dispatcher actually had to ask for JonBenet's name. Or did she even say JonBenet's name at any point in this call? I'm not sure. Okay, and then Patsy hung up the phone. If you called 911, wouldn't you want them to confirm that someone's on the way? I don't think the dispatcher ever even confirmed that a squad car was on the way, which is another red flag. You'd think you'd say, are you sending someone? You wouldn't hang up till you know that they're actually sending someone. Let's see, do they ever even confirm they're sending a unit to the house?
I'm the mother. Oh my God! Please. Okay, I'm sending an officer.
Okay, so they do confirm they're sending someone. I'm sending an officer over, okay.
Okay. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out and she's right here. Oh my God, please. Okay, girl. There's somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath. Please, okay. Hurry. Patsy.
Okay, and we have the please, hurry. Repetition. They know they need to be talking. They don't want to give more details. Kind of like how the McCanns, whenever they're asked how far away the tapas bar was from the room, they always say like 50 meters as the crow flies, 70 meters by foot. Repetition, scripting. Does this sound rehearsed? Does this sound planned out? As far as this series goes, let's see if this video gets 10,000 views and then we'll add to this series. Right now, my McCann series is doing exceptionally well, so if you haven't watched that one, check it out. If you have any other good Ramsey interviews, do send them to me. I feel like Patsy is the worst, is the most likely of the two to actually leak information we can use. So if you have interviews of Patsy, please do send me the links. I'll also be looking myself. What are some words that liars use? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to watch an interview that Barbara Walters did with JonBenet Ramsey's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, on March 17th, 2000. I have not watched this interview. I've seen the first few minutes just to make sure it's got some content for us to analyze, and it has a lot of it, I think, even in the opening minute. So without further ado, let's listen.
From Times Square in New York, Barbara Walters.
Good evening and welcome to 2020 Friday. Tonight, a special hour. The mystery, the tragedy, the case of John and Patsy Ramsey. As you know, 3 years ago Christmas, their daughter, JonBenet, was brutally murdered at home. From the beginning, suspicion fell on her parents. It shadows them to this day. Could John and Patsy Ramsey have killed their own child in such a horrific way? Why did the police suspect them? And if they didn't commit the crime, who did?
Barbara hits the nail on the head here. I think why this case has remained fascinating ever since it occurred back in 1996. As I said in my previous Ramsey's videos, if you haven't seen them, I have an entire Ramsey's playlist. This is my third video on the Ramseys. And I think the case fascinates people because it's like a whodunit. There's a closed off house. There's 3 suspects, the father, the mother, and the brother, as well as a red herring, as well as a ransom note, which I think was fake, which I analyzed in How to Analyze a Kidnapping, and I believe was written either by one of the parents or both of the parents. And some analysts actually think that the brother, Burke, who was 9 years old at the time, might have actually written the letter.
Tonight, for the first time, the Ramseys tell me the story of their nightmare, hoping, they say, that their appearance might draw out information about JonBenet's murder. And for the same reason, they have written a book titled The Death of Innocence, which is published today.
Another reason I think this case fascinates my audience is the similarities to the McCanns. So as you know, lots of my videos, I have an entire playlist, 11 videos long, about the McCanns. So I do a lot of videos on them because I think there's lots of lessons to learn from them. And there are lots of similarities between the McCanns and the Ramseys. For example, both had a daughter that a misfortune happened to. Both parents, I believe, covered up that misfortune. And both sets of parents are petrified of losing control of the narrative, which is why they do so many interviews and why both sets of parents have written books. I think they understand that if they do not constantly point the finger outward at a stranger kidnapper, the finger will point back at them because they are the obvious suspects.
We will also show you for the first time on television actual police photos of the crime scene. Be assured they will not be overly graphic or distasteful. So, now the Ramsey story. The questions answered with no lawyers present, no holds barred. Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, did either of you have anything to do with the death of your daughter?
No.
No.
Mr. Ramsey, did you kill JonBenet?
No, I did not.
Mrs. Ramsey, did you kill your daughter?
No, I did not kill my daughter.
If you've seen my early videos on YouTube, before I took my break from YouTube, lots of the videos I did were analyzing denials. Specifically, I would analyze gamers who are denying cheating, or bodybuilders and influencers who are denying taking steroids. Because I think one skill that you can apply almost virtually in everyday life is understanding what a weak denial looks like. Because people have to deny things all the time, whether it's at work, did you eat my sandwich? Or in a relationship, did you steal the milk out of the fridge? I don't know why all the examples going to my head relate to food and people stealing food out of fridges, but you get my point that if you can recognize a bad denial, it's something you can use in everyday life. Or for example, if you work at a store and someone's claiming that they didn't steal something or they need to return an item that they didn't actually buy, it's something you encounter in everyday life. So one thing about denials is that if you have time to rehearse your denial, you can give a pretty compelling one. That's the first note. The second note is, if you are asked a yes or no question, it is very easy to say no, even if you did something. So while lying is very difficult, even years after the fact, even with coaching and rehearsing, people can get better at lying. And as Barbara said at the intro to this video, this is 3 years after JonBenet's death. So we can expect the Ramseys, if they are guilty of killing their daughter or covering up the murder, to be a little bit better at lying than they would have been right around the time that it occurred. Right? A little bit better at denying it, even if they did do it. So I think Barbara messed up here by asking a binary yes or no question. The responses would be a lot better, and hopefully she asked this later, if she had asked them to respond to an open-ended question. For example, why do people think that you killed your daughter? Because that way they're free to pick the words they use. It calls for a longer response, and we can analyze based on the words they choose, as well as the topics they decide to cover, right? The things they decide to defend against, because that will indicate that they're sensitive about the things that they bring up on their own. All that is to say, if you are interviewing someone or analyzing an interview, when someone replies no to a binary question, it doesn't really tell us much because that's a very easy way to lie. It's also another reason I don't like lie detectors. So if you saw my video where I analyzed Nadia Amine doing a lie detector test and answering questions, I didn't make much of it because I feel like lie detection is very similar to body language analysis, where you're extremely restricted, especially lie detectors. right? It can't help us in our everyday life because for a lie detector, you have to hook someone up to a machine, then you have to get a baseline, and even after all that, you're restricted to asking binary yes or no questions. Let's keep listening. Hopefully Barbara asks better questions, but I know a good one's coming up because I've watched the first few minutes of this.
How do you feel when I ask you these questions?
Insulted, pain, hurtful. How can I tell you how much I love my daughter? I love her from the depths of my being. It's just unimaginable.
Unimaginable, too, that the life of this 6-year-old could be snuffed out so suddenly and so viciously. JonBenet Ramsey was a child filled with promise.
She was a ball of fire. She could stand on her head. She could hula hoop. She was an entertainer from the word go.
She was a spark plug in our family. That's how I looked at her. She kept things alive and going.
John and Patsy Ramsey had moved to Boulder 5 years earlier from Atlanta with JonBenet and her older brother Burke. The scars of 2 recent family crises seemed to be healing: Patsy's near-fatal bout with ovarian cancer and the death of Beth Ramsey in an auto accident. She was the oldest of John Ramsey's 3 children from a previous marriage.
That's another weird twist in this story, that one of John's other daughters from a previous marriage actually died. So JonBenet is not the first daughter he lost, which might explain partially how he was able to compartmentalize her death and sit Patsy down, as I theorized happened, and create the cover-up. Tell Patsy, look, we're going to write a kidnapping note, and we're just going to say that JonBenet was kidnapped. And just to bring everyone to the table here, since this is the 3rd video in the series, if you haven't watched the previous 2, I believe, based on what I've analyzed so far, and admittedly, I've only analyzed 1 interview, I've analyzed the 911 call, and I've analyzed the ransom note. So I analyzed the 911 call and the ransom note in my 2nd Ramsey video, how to analyze a kidnapping. Based on my analysis, I think that Burke, who was 9 at the time, accidentally killed his sister. And then the parents had a decision to make. They had to decide, do we call the police and get them involved? And now Burke is going to be known as the kid who killed his sister for the rest of his life. And this is going to follow him for the rest of his life, right? JonBenet's already dead. Do we also throw our other son under the bus? Or do we cover up the murder? Do we stage a kidnapping and write a fake ransom note and then discover the body when the police get here so that both of us and Burke can get away with this scot-free? I think that's what happened. I think Burke accidentally killed JonBenet, and then John took Patsy aside and said, look, we're going to cover this up. Sit down. I'm going to dictate a ransom note to you. You're going to write it down, and in the morning, you're going to pretend to find this note, and you're going to call 911. Could I be totally off base? Maybe. But if you've seen my other analyses, it's very clear to me that the ransom note was a hoax. It was not a real ransom note, just based on the language and the context and the way that John and Patsy reacted to it. And then regarding John and Patsy, I don't think either of them killed their daughter. And the reason for that is I think if John had killed JonBenet, Patsy would have turned on him. It's just motherly instinct. And I don't think I don't think John did it. Patsy may have done it. I just don't know if they would have gone to such great lengths to cover it up, or if they would have thought, hey, let's call the police and we'll just say this is an accident and you can explain yourself. But I really think Burke did it because of the extensive cover-up, which I think involved both parents to protect their son.
John's software business was thriving, and to all appearances, so was the family. Until that tragic Christmas Day in 1996. John and Patsy Ramsey returned home with JonBenet and her 9-year-old brother Burke after spending the evening with friends. They got back about 9 o'clock. Everything seemed normal.
We came home, went to bed. JonBenet was asleep when we arrived home. We took her to bed and got Burke to bed and went to sleep.
You took a melatonin pill, so you slept soundly?
Unfortunately.
One sign of deception is dropping words. So, for example, if I tell you I did something, I say, I got home, I went to bed, or I got home and went to bed. I tucked my daughter in. I place myself in my sentence. One sign that someone's lying, because it is so difficult to lie, is they actually drop the I or the we or the subject out of the sentence and just say the rest of the words. And if you've seen my Meghan Markle video, she does this a lot when she's making up a story. So let's listen to that again. I think he drops some words out.
About 9 o'clock. Everything seemed normal.
We came home, went to bed. JonBenet was asleep when we arrived home. We took her to bed and got Burke to bed and went to sleep.
So he went to going to sleep. He didn't say we went to sleep. We tucked Burke into bed, went to go to sleep. Does this mean he's lying? No, not necessarily, right? But it is a red flag. And this is something I get a lot in the comments, so I just want to address it here because I have so many new subscribers, and thank you to everyone who has subscribed in the past few weeks. So if I point out something in one of these videos, it means that I'm making a note of it. It could be something totally benign, or it could be important. But I'm making a note of it because if we see multiple signs of deception, it's like stacking poker chips. I can stack up a couple more poker chips each time I see something, and then I feel more confident to go all in on accusing someone of lying or going all in on a theory based on leakage, like I did with the McCanns regarding water. They have so many nautical references in their words. To me, it is clear leakage. It's clear that they're trying to block out something related to water whenever they talk about whatever happened to Madeline. So John did not actually say we went to bed, which might mean that they stayed awake a little bit longer. Maybe they were drinking. Maybe they were fooling around and the children were able to get back up out of bed without them noticing because the house was still alive, still noisy, and they didn't notice it. And Burke did something to JonBenet by accident or on purpose. But just notice how he drops the we. So does this mean he's lying? No. However, I do note it. Because if this echoes across the rest of the interview, or he constantly drops the we when he's talking about him and Patty going to bed throughout the rest of this interview and future interviews, it's going to become more and more suspicious, more and more of a red flag that maybe he's lying about having gone to bed. Also, I titled this video, well, I haven't titled it yet, but my intro was about, right, words that indicate deception, right, words that liars use. And I want to point out some of those more structural ways to spot lying through statement analysis, because I am working on what I call the deception deck, which will basically be some merch. I've had lots of people ask, how do you learn this? How can I learn this? And I think this will be a fun way to make flashcards with different concepts about statement analysis so that you can practice the statement analysis rules on your own. And I'm working on that now, so that's a big project. I don't know when they'll be ready, but do let me know in the comments if you want me to make this deception deck for you. And the dropped we and dropped I is going to be obviously one of the rules in that deck under the grammar heading.
To bed.
Let's listen again. So notice how he says we, but when he talks about him and Patsy going to bed, he drops the we. Right? We're just making note of it. Does not mean that they didn't go to bed that night. Although maybe they didn't go to bed that night, now that I say it. What if Burke killed JonBenet by accident that night? Then they had to spend the whole night awake writing the letter, covering up the crime, coaching Burke not to talk to the police when they came in the morning, preparing him not to be cooperative, staging the body, cleaning the body, hiding evidence. That would take all night because Patsy called the police at something like 5:30 in the morning. So the fact that he drops the we when he's talking about him and Patsy going to bed might be more telling than I'm actually letting on here. It might not be benign at all. Might actually be a huge red flag, even from this one instance. So let's listen again.
Friends,
also, the other thing that makes me suspicious that, right, besides him dropping the we here about him and Patsy going to bed, which might indicate they never went to bed that night, is the fact that the letter said, "We will call you tomorrow between 8 and 10 p.m., which I pointed out in my video, How to Analyze a Kidnapping, which is still not at 10,000 views. I think it's one of the most underrated videos. I think if you watch that one, you will have a lot of eureka moments. So please do check that one out after this one if you haven't seen it already. Okay, so in that one, the kidnappers, right, quotations, kidnappers, said, "We will call you between 8 and 10 tomorrow." They didn't say, "We will call you between 8 and 10 on Tuesday," right, or on December 26th. You would think a kidnapper who took your daughter at nighttime after 9 p.m., right, after midnight, would have been explicit about when to expect the call so they don't have to hold your daughter for an extra day, right? If you risked your life, risked decades in prison to kidnap someone's daughter and hold her ransom, you would be very explicit in your letter about when they should expect your phone call. However, it said tomorrow, which to me might indicate that an actual kidnapper didn't write it because they were so loose with that detail. And because it said tomorrow might mean that it was written the night before. So they were saying, okay, we're going to call the police in the morning, so just say tomorrow, which means they might have written it before midnight and just didn't catch how strange it was that the kidnapper would know precisely when they would read it. So I hope that point's clear. So let's listen. He drops the we when he talks about him and Patsy going to bed.
They got back about 9 o'clock. Everything seemed normal.
We came home, went to bed.
We came home. Notice how he's speaking normally.
JonBenet was asleep when we arrived home.
We arrived home. We. He knows the word we. So when he drops it, we are appropriately noting that.
Took her to bed and got Burke to bed and went to sleep.
You took a melatonin.
Was asleep when we arrived home. We took her to bed and got Burke to bed and went to sleep.
And went to going to sleep. That is weird. But I stand by my caveat. Does this mean he's lying? No, we need multiple signs of deception. However, him dropping the we here, as well as the sign of deception from the kidnapping letter where the alleged kidnapper said tomorrow, which is bizarre because you don't know when your victim is actually going to read the letter. What if she woke up and got a glass of water before midnight? Or what if they were expecting her to read it? Right, if they were expecting to read it next morning, that would mean that they would have to keep JonBenet for an entire day, and she should expect the call the day after Christmas, right? It's just an actual kidnapper, you think, who wrote a 3-page ransom note would be explicit about at least that one detail, when to expect the call. This is a kidnapping note where the kidnapper told them what size attaché case to take, told them to rest up before going to the bank, told them to move it from an attaché case into a brown bag, yet forgot to say explicitly when to expect the phone call, is bizarre. So when I say we look for multiple signs of deception, we might actually have a couple now, where I'm feeling more confident that they did not go to bed that night and that they forged that letter. although I'm not confident enough to go all in just yet.
You took a melatonin pill, so you slept soundly?
Unfortunately, I did.
There was a family vacation planned the next day. Patsy Ramsey says she got up early to get ready, threw on the clothes she'd worn the night before, and started downstairs from her third-floor bedroom at about 5:30 a.m.
And as I came to the bottom of the stairs, there were 3 pages neatly laid across one of the runs of the stairway. I turned around to start to see what it was, and realized after I read the first couple of lines.
It was a ransom note.
Yes, it was.
That said,
Notice how Patsy doesn't say it's a ransom note. And this is why lying is so difficult, and why if you're interviewing a liar, it's important not to fill in things for them. Right? Patsy never said this was a ransom note because, and my working theory is, we're just going to dispense with the hedging from now on. This is my opinion. They wrote that letter. So it would make sense that she does not call it a kidnapping note because she knows it's not a kidnapping note. She knows it's not a ransom letter. So she said she saw 3 sheets of paper, which is true, which is easy to say. Let's see. So notice how everything she says could be true, even if she and John wrote the letter. And that is probably one of the most important lessons from statement analysis. That 99% of the time, if someone's going to deceive you, they will do it by omission. They will do it by leaving stuff out. And we saw Patsy do this in the first Ramsey's video I analyzed, and even her 911 call. In the 911 call, she said something like, "I found a note and my daughter's gone." That is totally true, even if I'm correct, even if my theory is 100% correct. Even if Burke killed JonBenet and the parents wrote a fake ransom note to cover up the crime, Patsy saying, "I found a note," can be true, but she's omitting the fact that she wrote the note, and her daughter's gone can also be true. Except she's omitting the fact that by gone, she means dead, which is another meaning of gone. And this applies to your daily life as well. If someone's answering something in a vague way or not saying it directly, there's a high probability that they are deceiving you, that they're hiding the truth from you. Because telling a direct lie is a lot harder than lying by implication or lying by omission, or just saying something nonsensical that's not technically a lie, like John did earlier, right? Went to bed. He didn't say we went to bed, right? Went to, gone to bed. Means nothing. The brain doesn't register as a lie, as a direct lie, so it's easy to say, even in a high-stakes situation like a TV interview.
And as I came to the bottom of the stairs, there were 3 pages neatly laid across.
Right, there were 3 pages neatly laid across. 100% true. Omission. I wrote those pages the night before to cover up the death of my daughter and protect my son.
It's one of the runs of the stairway. I turned around to start to see what it was, and
I turned around, start to see what it was. Another sign of deception, another thing that will be in the deception deck, is the incorrect, under the grammar section, is incorrect use of present tense. And we've seen this with Amber Heard in the trial with Johnny Depp. Liars, when they're telling a story about something that happened in the past, what you'll typically notice a lot of the time is they say everything in first person past tense except for the lie. The lie, for some reason, they switch into present tense. And it's likely because they are constructing the lie in their brain, in their short-term memory at that moment, because they don't have any long-term memory of it because it never happened. So notice how she says everything in past tense, except for when she talks about realizing what the 3 pages were, because that's a lie. She already knew what they were, so she didn't have to realize what they were. Also, I'm sure lots of comments will say, "Hey, Dee, you're looking too deep into this. Are you sure about this? You're picking apart her words." These are adults who have spoken English their entire lives. Grammar is something we learn fundamentally from a very, very young age. We know to say we when we did something in the past. I did this, I did that, I noticed. We know to speak in past tense when we're talking about something that happened in the past. We know to speak in full sentences. These are educated, middle-aged people who speak perfect English. Aberrations in their grammar are red flags, especially when they're using perfect grammar about stuff that could be true, and then start using inappropriate grammar when they're talking about something that could be a lie, and backs up my theory. So I didn't go into this thinking, okay, I'm going to pin this on the parents covering up for Burke. I actually knew very little about this case when I first started it, when I first started the series. The same as the McCanns. Right? I tried to know the basic facts so I'm not too biased. And everything pointed me towards that theory. And this is just more evidence of that. Notice how she switches to present tense all of a sudden when she's talking about realizing what the pages are. Because if she wrote the pages, that's the lie. Walking down the stairs could all be true. Seeing the pages could all be true. But realizing what they were, that's a lie. Because she already knew what they were. And I know I'm reiterating this point, but I have so many new viewers, so many new subscribers, that I'm seeing lots of the same questions in the comments, so I'm just trying to address them, especially since this is a new series. We're only 3 videos in. So I just want to knock all the basic stuff out and the basic caveats out again, just for any new subscribers. And thank you for subscribing. I think if you binge all my videos, you will quickly be up to speed with people who have followed my channel for a year at this point.
Just neatly laid across one of the runs of the stairway. I turned around to start to see what it was. And
right, I walk down, I turn around, start to see what it was. Why present tense? Why not? I turned around and started to figure out what it was, started to see what it was.
And realized after I read the first couple of lines.
It was a ransom note.
Yes, it was.
And notice how Patsy herself does not say it was a ransom note, because that would be a lie. Barbara jumped in and saved her. And I've actually done a whole video, how to interview like a detective. It's one of my most popular videos. Basically teaching you how to avoid these very basic mistakes that interviewers make. And that can be very useful if you hire people as part of your job, or you have children and need to ask them questions to get to the truth of something. How to interview like a detective. Jumping in and saving someone who's stuttering and struggling with responding to a question is a big no-no. You want them to struggle and come up with something so you have more to analyze. It would be interesting if Patsy never said it was a ransom note, but Barbara didn't give her the chance to fill in whatever words Patsy was going to say. For example, Patsy might have said it was a note about my daughter, right? Or it was a request for money.
Said,
I believe it said, listen carefully, something like, we have your daughter. And I just dashed back up the stairs as fast as I could.
Just is another word that liars use. So here we go. It's going to be one of the cards on my deception deck. Again, let me know in the comments if you want me to make this deck. If I get lots of people saying they want me to do it, I'll devote more time to it, flesh it out so it can be ready by Christmas or a little bit after Christmas. I'm just trying to gauge the interest on it. But just is another word that liars use. So if someone says just, does it mean they are lying? No. Right? No. You need multiple signs of deception to determine that someone is, in fact, lying, to feel comfortable of accusing someone of lying. In the court of law, if someone says just, and you're on the jury, should you convict them? No. Right? Of course not. Statement analysis is useful as an investigation tool. It's useful for letting us know what avenues to search down. where to allocate money. For example, I said if the McCanns hired me, let's say they paid me $100,000 to find Madeline's body, I would take that and I would allocate the resources based on my analysis, based on the leakage I've seen from them. And I would search in wells along the coastline, basically places that are cold, dark, and watery, because based on my analysis, I think that's where she's buried. Right, based on the parents' own words. However, if I were on a jury and the McCanns were accused of murdering their daughter, would I convict them? As confident as I am that they are guilty, no. In court, I would rather let 1,000 guilty people go than convict one innocent person. I think the standard of proof to actually punish people should be a very high bar. It should be beyond a reasonable doubt. I agree with that. So, statement analysis, the deception detection I do here is useful in daily life when you have to make decisions, how much to trust someone, what percentage you should trust them, maybe where you should locate your money, which car dealer you should buy from, which one seems more trustworthy, which one seems more deceptive, where to allocate your time. If you're choosing between two potential partners, which one seems like they're a good match and which one seems like they're manipulating you. So it's useful in those sorts of situations. I do not think anything I say here is enough to convict someone unless it leads us to tangible, bulletproof evidence. For example, if the analysis I do about the McCanns leads us to deposing them and getting a confession from them, or leads us to Madeline's body, then that will take us to the proof we need to actually convict someone. In the Ramsey case, if my analysis leads us to figuring out that Burke did it, right, just based on the statements about the parents, making me think they covered it up, and then in a future video, we will analyze his statements. I've had lots of requests for that. I've had lots of people tell me he's made very bizarre statements, even as a kid when he was interviewed, and later on the Dr. Phil show. So believe me, I will get to Burke. But let's say our analysis here of the parents makes me think that they covered up a crime that Burke did. And then I turn my attention to Burke, and I notice something he says that seems like an embedded confession, which can lead us to figuring out how he did it, or how he was covering it up, or even how he wrote the kidnapper letter. Then that will take us to actual proof to convict them. So I just want to make sure that that caveat is clear. All right, now the word just. Just is a word that people use to minimize. For example, if a cop pulls you over, or let's say you're a cop, you pull someone over and they say, I just had 3 beers. Well, the fact that they're saying just means they're trying to minimize how many beers they had, which means that they probably had more than 3 beers. And the number 3, let's see if I have this as one of the cards, is called the liar's number. So it's actually a number that liars, when they're forced to pick a number, often come up with 3. It's a well-documented phenomenon. I don't know exactly why. But even in the kidnapper letter, right? The kidnapper said that they were writing the letter, and then the kidnapper said that the 2 guys watching your daughter don't like her very much. So how many kidnappers were in the group? 3. Does this mean that it was totally made up? No. But it is another piece of evidence that that kidnapper letter, that ransom note, was a forgery. The fact that they picked 3 people to be in this little kidnapping ring. So notice how Patsy minimizes what she did after she found the letter. I just dashed off. What does that tell us? She might be trying to minimize what she actually did. Maybe after she did it, she didn't just dash off. Maybe she sat down with John and said, okay, let's stage this now. I found the letter. Okay, so what should I do now? Let me start panting. Let me get ready to call 911. Let me go make sure Burke is in bed so he doesn't hear this phony 911 call. The fact is she said just can indicate that she did more than what she's saying here. She didn't dash off immediately to go find John or whatever she's about to say. So already we have 3 rules here, right? The dropping of the words like I or we, so the dropping of the subject is a sign of deception. Inappropriately switching to present tense is a sign of deception. And the word just is a sign of deception, as well as the number 3 is a sign of deception. Now, if you see all 4 of these things, does it mean beyond any reasonable doubt that someone is lying? No. However, for me, that's 4 little poker chips I'm stacking up, ready to bet that this person is not being honest with me. And in the case of the McCanns, I stacked up dozens of poker chips at this point. So I'm very confident in my theory about them. With the Ramseys, I'm still developing my theory about them. I've only got a couple poker chips stacked up on them.
I believe it said, listen carefully, something like, we have your daughter. And I just dashed back up the stairs as fast as I could and pushed her door open, and she wasn't in her bed.
And then?
And then I just screamed for John. Screamed.
I knew.
Notice how often she's saying just here. Did she say just like 3 times?
Listen carefully, something like, we have your daughter. And I just dashed
back
up the stairs as fast as I could and pushed her door open, and she wasn't in her bed.
And then?
And then I just screamed for John.
And then I just screamed for John. Could this be a verbal crutch that Patsy has where she just says just all the time? Maybe. However, we didn't see it until she started describing stuff that, if my theory is true, would be made up. If she already knew JonBenet was dead, then there would be no need to dash around and scream for John, because she and John are already in on it. They wrote the letter together. Now it's just a matter of pretending to find it, making sure probably Burke is out of the room so he doesn't hear the call, and then calling 911 and working herself up into a frenzy to sound panicked.
John screamed.
I knew from Patsy's tone of voice that something was very wrong. And I rushed downstairs, and she told me there was a note, and I read it.
It was just so unbelievable.
It was just so unbelievable. This is something we're going to note for future analysis when we look at Patsy. Is just a verbal tic that she has, that she always says, or does she use it when she's sensitive about what she's saying and she's trying to minimize what she's saying? She's trying to make something that didn't actually happen sound like it happened. Right? So more happened than what she's admitting to. That is what the word just typically implies when it's being used deceptively.
You just can't. You can't.
It's hard to grasp.
The note said, we have your daughter in our possession. It demanded $118,000 in ransom, threatened that JonBenet would be beheaded, and warned the Ramseys that they were being watched. The note said, if you do anything, if police come, if FBI come, your daughter will die. Mm-hmm. You called 911.
Yes, I did.
The note said, if you do anything, if police come, if FBI come, your daughter will die. Mm-hmm. You called 911.
This is the money shot of this interview. This is why it is so difficult to make up a story, whether it's the Ramseys or the McCanns or the Amanda Knox situation. Making up a story is very difficult because you have to think in 4 dimensions. Even Hollywood studios with unlimited resources, right? Blockbuster movies with unlimited resources, time, script writers, script supervisors, still have plot holes. fabricating a story out of thin air is nearly impossible because you can't factor in all the decisions someone who's actually in that situation would make. And right here, Barbara is asking them a very important question because the way they reacted to this is not, in my opinion, the way an actual person in that situation would react. And this might be the biggest red flag of the JonBenet Ramsey case. So let's listen again to the question, and then we'll listen to their response.
And warned the Ramseys that they were being watched. The note said, if you do anything, if police come, if FBI come, your daughter will die. You called 911.
Yes, I did. It would have been.
So a note says, if you do anything before 8 to 10 a.m., your daughter will die. In order for your daughter to live, all you have to do is not call the police and pay us a relatively modest sum for this couple, right? They had 2 private jets and a yacht. The price for JonBenet's life was $118,000. The note said, we will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. What did they do? At 5:30 a.m., they called the police. So that to me is already a red flag. I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know what the average person would do in that situation, but it seems to me like I might be a little bit hesitant about immediately calling the police as soon as I read that letter. Maybe I would consult with my husband if I was Patsy and think of a more creative way to reach the police so that the kidnapper doesn't kill my daughter. Or I might say, hey, let's just wait till 8 a.m. before calling the police. So that's the first red flag. However, it might not be a red flag because we can't predict how people act in emergency situations. However, when Patsy did call 911, she did not even ask the police to show up in plain clothes, which to me is a huge fumble. I don't think a mother who read that letter and saw that it said, if you call the police, 100% chance your daughter dies, would not even request that the police show up in plain clothes. Does it mean they're guilty? No. But that is what takes it from a small red flag to a big red flag. The fact that she immediately called the police and then did not even request a plainclothes officer. To me, it indicates they knew the kidnapping was not authentic. They knew there was no risk of any kidnapper killing their daughter because they knew their daughter was already dead. And they knew that they wrote the phony ransom note. The other thing they did, which was a red flag in the context here around calling 911, was apparently they sent Burke back to his bedroom, right? So they made sure Burke stayed in his room. The letter said, we are watching you. We will know if you call 911. Yet they did not even consider that maybe the kidnapper was still in the house. If they're still watching them, surely they might have planted someone in the house. Burke could still be a danger, right? If the kidnapper's still in the house, they might take Burke next. And the McCanns did something similar where they alleged that a stranger kidnapped their daughter, yet they went out looking for her, leaving the twins alone in the bedroom. If you actually thought a kidnapping ring was out there stealing kids, there's no way. Well, there is a way, right? It's possible. But I think it's very unlikely a parent in that situation would leave their kids, their other remaining kids, alone in the bedroom while they went to go look, if they genuinely believed a kidnapper or kidnapping ring was in the area. To me, it indicates that they knew there was no kidnapper, there was no kidnapping ring, that the other remaining children, for both the Ramseys and the McCanns, the remaining children were not in danger because there was, in fact, no actual danger. Now let's listen to how they answer this. This is the big red flag, in my opinion. The fact that they called 911 right away, didn't even ask for plain clothes, and then didn't even consider that the kidnapper might still be in the house. How do they respond to Barbara Walters about this?
It said, if you do anything, if police come, if FBI come, your daughter will die. You called 911.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible to sit there and wait by ourselves.
It would have been impossible to sit there and wait. What's off about that sentence? Listen again. Why does this seem like why is this response deceptive to me? Let's see if you're picking up on it too.
1-1.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible to sit there and wait by our...
If this actually happened to you, I think you would say it was impossible to sit there and wait. So besides the fact that contextually they should be expressing remorse or doubt about calling 911 because that could have been the reason their daughter died, right? So besides all that, besides the fact that if you called 911 and then found your daughter dead, you would be second guessing that decision to call 911 for the rest of your life. But they don't do that because they weren't actually in that situation. Like I said, it's impossible to think in those 4 dimensions. They don't even consider the fact that if their daughter was actually kidnapped, they called 911 and later found their daughter dead, they could be responsible for their daughter's death by simply not waiting till 8 a.m. and paying a relatively modest sum for her. So that's already a huge red flag. But now here, John doesn't even speak as if he was actually in that situation. He speaks as if it was a hypothetical. It would have been impossible for parents in that situation to sit around. If he was actually in that situation and had to make that decision, I would expect him to speak in the first person, past tense, right? It was impossible for me to sit there. I had to call 911. We had to do it. That's not what he says, right? He puts it in the hypothetical.
You called 911.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible to sit there and wait by ourselves.
You also called friends to come over.
It would have been impossible. That is a red flag. He's putting it in the hypothetical. It's not personal because he was never in that situation. All right, so we're about an hour, we're 50 minutes into this video, about 5 minutes into this interview. We'll cover the rest of this in a future video. However, I just wanted to spend a few minutes and let me know if you like this segment, looking at some of the top comments on the other Ramsey videos. So if you have a good comment to make it. And then I think we'll devote a couple minutes in each video in the series to just looking at the top comments on previous videos so that we can see some other opinions or other insights. As you know, I think I have the smartest subscribers on YouTube. And I think that if you make a good comment that gets upvoted on a video, we should spend...
Apparently...
Let me just pause this. It could be interesting to spend, a couple minutes looking at it together and giving feedback if you have, good questions here. So let's just wait for this to load. Just make sure the top I've comments. Got an AI voice here who's going to read the note. And as usual, all right, so these are loaded up. So this is the first in the Ramsey series, the first video in the series, How to Analyze Suspects. I'm just going to take a look at some of the top comments, give you my thoughts. We'll spend about 10 minutes here before we wrap up the video. So do let me know in the comments if you like this segment or if I should leave it out. I think it'll be interesting because I personally get a lot out of the comments. I tried to read every single one. And I think it's cool to feature them if you're making good points that have gotten voted up to the top of the comment pile. All right, so let's see here. Joe Spring, I loved her. I've lost people and animals, and I still say I love them. The thing with this is, unlike the McCanns, JonBenet is known to be dead to the parents, so them speaking about her in the past tense does make sense. My Mr. William Wonder, my instincts have always told me Patsy did it. The letter left was ridiculous, and I think Patsy wrote it. Patsy was living her life through her daughter with all this pageant nonsense, and think the child did not want to do it anymore, and Patsy snapped. My opinion is that Patsy probably did not do it unless it was in a fit of rage or maybe some drunken accident. Because if a parent accidentally does something to their child, and I think the injury that killed JonBenet was found to have been a hit on the head. So let's say Patsy was drunkenly stumbling around and accidentally hit JonBenet on the head with a wine bottle. I think the first reaction of a parent would be to call 911 to save the child. However, if the kid has an older brother who's psychopathic or even does something to her by accident and knows he's going to get in trouble if the parents find out, his first instinct might be to hide the body or hide what he did in order not to get in trouble. So if Burke whacked JonBenet on the head, his first thought might not be to go tell his parents or call 911. His first thought might be to hide the crime, to cover it up so he doesn't get in trouble. And then when the parents discovered it, it was too late to do anything. And then they had to make that fight or flight decision. Do we call 911 right now, even though it's too late to save JonBenet, and basically tell them that her brother killed her? And now we have to basically put our son through this thing that's going to ruin his entire life, because he'll always be known as the boy who killed his sister. So he'll always have that stigma. Or do we cover up the murder or the accidental killing? We cover it up, pretend it was a kidnapping, and protect Burke. And I think that's the more likely scenario. The one scenario I haven't been able to really look at yet, and I want to explore in future videos, is whether or not John did it, the dad. So the dad is another possible suspect. And then he basically, right, the theory is that he killed JonBenet because he was doing something sexual with her and she was about to tell her mom, or something along those lines, or is about to be discovered. So he decided to kill her, and then on his own write the hoax kidnapping note and basically trick Patsy and everyone else into thinking it was a kidnapping. However, Patsy was in on it with him, right? He bullied her and said, look, if you tell anyone, I'll kill you too, or I'll kill Burke. The issue with John, first of all, is I think if John did it, Patsy, who is dead now, would have on her deathbed, if she'd known about it, thrown him under the bus in order to exonerate her son, Burke. So I don't think Patsy's a psychopath. I think if she knew that by throwing the real killer, if it were John, under the bus, would exonerate her son and get rid of all the stigma around him, she would have done that, but she didn't do it, which is to me a little bit more contextual evidence that Burke is the one who did it, because Patsy took that secret to her grave, and I think she would have only taken the secret to her grave to protect her son. And then the other theory is, that let's say John did it, but wrote the letter himself, and then in order to trick Patsy and trick everyone so Patsy didn't know he did it, it wouldn't explain some of the stuff we've seen, like in this video here, where Patsy is clearly, or not clearly, but is likely lying about the ransom note, where some of the words she chooses, she leaves out, the phrasing indicates that she knows it was not actually a ransom note, which to me indicates that she was in on it, that John was not tricking her. She knew it was a fake kidnapping. The way she acted, the way she reacted spoke on the 911 call, all indicate to me that she knew the truth. There was no actual urgency in that 911 call. And if you haven't seen that video, like I said, I think it's one of my most underrated videos, how to analyze a kidnapping, because we pick apart the 911 call that Patsy made and run it through a filter, a checklist that the FBI uses. I don't know if they still use it, but the FBI did create to check if a 911 call is authentic or if the caller is actually guilty. Let's see. The Jake Ryan, I'm super excited for this. I would also love for you to cover more of the murder featured in the documentary, The Staircase. I am fascinated by that case, and there's so much more there to cover. If you're a member of the channel, this is something we're doing over in the members section. I actually posted that 911 call there, as well as the FBI checklist and my own personal twist on that checklist with a little bit more information, and some things slightly changed to the way I like them, the way I prefer to do a checklist, in the members section. And members are actually listening to that 911 call and posting their theories there. I'm planning to do a video on the staircase where I look at the analysis done by members of the channel and feature those analyses, just so you can see how, by watching my videos, being a member to get the extra content, being part of the community, being part of the comments, and reading every comment, you can pick up these skills through osmosis. I think one of the best ways to learn these skills is by just simply binging all my videos. So regarding the staircase, I am planning to do a video on it. However, right now I just want to be in the member section so more and more members can run that call through the checklist and put their own theories there before I give my own theory, because I know that it will bias everybody if I give my theory. So it's interesting to see what the members are coming up with about that 911 call, because it is so bizarre. It hits some of the marks of a phony 911 call, but it also hits some of the marks of a genuine phone call. So it's one of the hardest 911 calls to analyze unless you've analyzed quite a few. And then this will be the last comment we look at here. I sure hope you cover Summer Wells' case soon. Very similar circumstances in many ways. However, the parents are uneducated, poor, not connected with prominent people. It's bizarre. There is the added aspect that the mom's sister went missing and has never been found, and the case never solved around a decade or so. I've had lots of requests in the comments to cover Summer Wells. This might be one of the most popular requests in the comments. I did feature Summer Wells on a past community poll, but it didn't get that many votes. So I just need to make sure that there's interest before I start a series, because whenever I do a video that doesn't get a lot of views or a lot of comments or likes, what YouTube does is it basically just tanks that video in the algorithm, which tanks lots of my other videos. So basically, every video has to be a hit. Otherwise, YouTube throttles the channel for a little while, which is why I usually try to gauge interest in a topic with the community polls before I go all in on that topic. I do understand that Summer Wells is still missing, and I think if I did some analysis on that, I don't know if it could help, but if it can, then I will do it. I just need the time as well to watch some of those interviews and maybe get some background. Because it's an ongoing case, typically what happens is lots of the information is limited. But I haven't looked into it too much yet. I've been very busy, but I understand she is still missing. So if she's not found soon, then maybe I'll put my focus on it. But do let me know in the comments if you want me to look at Summer Wells. What are some words and phrases that indicate deception? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to analyze a segment of an interview Jon and Patsy Ramsey did with Barbara Walters back in 2000 to look for certain phrases, words they use that indicate to me that they are lying. This is part of an ongoing Ramsey series, so if you like this video, you'll love these ones, and the link to the playlist is in my pinned comment on this video. Without further ado, let's watch.
911.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible to sit there and wait by ourselves.
You also called friends to come up.
So in my last Ramsey's video, we actually watched the first 5 minutes of this interview, and we found a lot of problems, especially with that one response that John just gave here. So Barbara asked him why they called 911 when the kidnapper letter said, if you call 911, we will kill your daughter. And I pointed out that he answered in the hypothetical, which we do not expect from someone who's telling the truth. They also did not second guess their decision to call 911, even though that could directly have been the precise reason the kidnapper killed their daughter. And I posit, my theory is that they didn't regret doing that because they knew JonBenet was not actually kidnapped, because they wrote the ransom letter themselves as a cover-up. But in my comments on my last video, lots of my eagle-eared subscribers noticed that John actually said he called 911, when in reality it was Patsy who called 911, and we've actually analyzed that 911 call in my video, How to Analyze a Kidnapping. So that's another odd part of his response. So it was hypothetical. Contextually, it didn't make sense, because you'd think they would be debating that decision, regretting it, accusing each other. But they don't do any of that. And John said he called 911 when it was Patsy. What does this indicate to us? I think that they are lying about calling 911 because they were panicked, because they weren't actually panicked. And I think by John claiming he called 911, it sort of indicates that he's playing fast and loose with the facts. So being direct and honest is clearly not a priority here. Otherwise, he could simply say, Patsy called 911, not me.
That they were being watched. The note said, if you do anything, if police come, if FBI come, your daughter will die. Mm-hmm. You called 911.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible to sit there and wait by ourselves.
You also called friends to come over. Was that wise?
Your daughter is gone.
Desperate.
She's in the hands of a madman.
Listen to what he said. Your daughter is gone. Or did he say our daughter was gone? This is important.
Wait by ourselves.
You also called friends to come over. Was that wise?
Your daughter is gone.
Desperate.
She's in the hands of a madman.
Your daughter is gone. What's wrong with that? He's posing once again it as a hypothetical. It's distancing. Why do that? It's easier to lie when you put things into the hypothetical, into the impersonal, because you're not placing yourself into the lie. So he's basically answering Barbara Walters' question like it's a hypothetical. Your daughter was kidnapped and you called your friends over. Was that wise? Well, Barbara, picture it this way. Your daughter is gone. Instead of talking about something that allegedly happened to him, my daughter was gone. My daughter was kidnapped. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. That would be a reliable response. First person, past tense, direct, talking about a decision he made. Does all this mean he's a liar 100%? Of course not. We need multiple signs of deception. And I gave a long caveat about that in my last Ramsey's video. 4 words liars use, so I'm not going to do it again here.
And you reach out for any help you can get.
Also, the other thing is, look at the conclusiveness of what he says. So your daughter's in the hands of a madman, which is weird. The fact that he said your daughter instead of my daughter. But then he says a madman, as if he knows for a fact that the kidnapper is a male and the kidnapper is working solo. Because that's not what the ransom letter said. The ransom letter said that we are a group of people, a small foreign faction, something along those lines. And I've picked that letter apart in my other video. So it also said that 2 men are watching your daughter. Like two guys are watching her, they don't particularly like you, something along those lines. So the fact that he's saying she's in the hands of a madman could indicate that he's playing fast and loose with the facts, right? He's not trying to be precise in what he's saying. Or it could be leakage that he knows that a man, one particular person, one guy, one male, was responsible for JonBenet's death. And right now, my top two suspects this far into the analysis are Burke, JonBenet's older brother, who was 9 at the time, and John Ramsey himself. Patsy is third on my list. However, she's still on the list. And lots of you pointed out in the comments that I shouldn't eliminate Patsy as a suspect just because she's a mother, and that's true. And that is a bias I have. For me, it's very difficult to imagine a mother killing her own kid. It's harder for me to imagine that than imagining a father doing it or a sibling doing it. So it's a bias I have. I'm aware of that bias. And of course it does happen, right? We've analyzed Casey Anthony on the channel, who I'm convinced killed her daughter. So it does happen. And I am aware of that bias I have. So Patsy is still on my list of suspects. Unlike my McCann's series where I'm very solidified in my theory about what happened, this one is still malleable. I can still change my mind, and I'm trying to keep all options open still because we've only analyzed one interview, the kidnap letter, the phone call, and now we're analyzing this interview.
Friends to come over. Was that wise?
Your daughter is gone.
Desperate.
She's in the hands of a madman. And you reach out for any help you can get.
One more thing here just with this response, and I know I'm picking apart all of their words, but it's because they are not good liars, in my opinion. They're unsophisticated liars. Your daughter is gone. Gone is another way to say dead. So even in this hypothetical, your daughter he cannot bring himself to say the word kidnapped. That might be because he knows it's not true. And it's a lot harder to tell a direct lie. So instead of saying my daughter was kidnapped, he puts it into the impersonal you, your daughter, and then he can't even bring himself to say the word kidnapped. Your daughter is gone. Because his daughter was not kidnapped, his daughter was dead, and gone is another way to say dead. And this goes back to an overarching point around deception detection generally. If someone wants to deceive you, 99% of the time, they will do it by omission, which means that 99% of the time, people will just tell the truth, but they will hide the context. So you have to scratch beneath the surface just a little bit to expose the lie. So here where he said, your daughter is gone, all that could technically, in his mind, not be a lie. It's not a lie at all. He's not talking about his daughter, and he's not even saying this hypothetical daughter was kidnapped. He's just saying, hypothetically, your daughter is gone. Barbara, what would you do? That's a very easy way to lie.
You can get. If I have a regret, it's I didn't get more help that morning.
Once again, the other part of deception detection, right? I'm trained in statement analysis. I teach lots of statement analysis rules here. The other part of it is just the ability to use your imagination and to have logic. What would a person in their situation do? The kidnap letter said, if you call 911, your daughter dies 100%. If you do not call 911, all you have to do is pay us a modest sum and you get your daughter back. Now, would I personally call the cops right away? Well, they called the cops at 5:30 in the morning. The letter said to wait between 8 and 10 a.m. I don't know if I would have waited. I don't know if an average reasonable person would have waited or if they would have called the cops. So I can't judge along those lines. However, I do know this. If I did call the cops and then my daughter was found dead, I would be kicking myself for calling the cops. Because the letter said, if you call police, your daughter dies why would I not think that my call to the police was the cause of her death? And here John says his only regret is that he didn't call for more help. Contextually, that doesn't make sense. And I think it's, again, because lying is so hard. When you're fabricating a hoax, it's virtually impossible to create an airtight story out of thin air. And I said this in the last video. Even blockbuster movies with unlimited time to write a script, unlimited budgets, professional script writers, professional script supervisors, continuity advisors cannot create airtight scripts. Even the biggest blockbusters have plot holes. And right here, John has a massive plot hole. The ransom letter said, call 911, your daughter dies. They call 911, their daughter was dead. Yet they do not even consider that their calling 911 was the cause of her death. Why? It's a plot hole. They weren't actually in that situation, so they can't even imagine that that's how they would feel. And that's a glaring, big, red, flashing beacon of a red flag to me. And I don't think other people have ever pointed it out.
You also called friends to come over.
So notice what he says. His only regret is that he did not call for more help. In my opinion, massive red flag. The regret should be, I regret calling 911 so quickly, or asking Patsy to call 911 so quickly, because I will never know now what would have happened if I had just waited till 10 a.m. for the phone call.
Was that wise?
Your daughter is gone.
Desperate.
She's in the hands of a madman. And you reach out for any help you can get. If I have a regret, it's I didn't get more help that morning.
The police searched your house, but they didn't find JonBenet. But at one point, you went downstairs and found an open window.
Yes.
A window that you had broken yourself at one point to put your hand through and find the latch.
Right.
That window was in a storage room at the rear of the house. It was on the other end of the basement from the room in which JonBenet's body would later be found. What did you think when you saw this open window?
I was a bit alarmed, but I was more alarmed with the Samsonite suitcase that was standing up below the window.
I have seen the actual police photograph that was taken of that window and the suitcase, and there it was in full sight.
That looked wrong. That suitcase did not belong there.
It was out of place.
It's out of place.
So you thought perhaps the kidnapper had gone through that window?
That was my first impression, yes.
7 hours after the police first arrived, it was now around 1 p.m., the police asked you and a friend to search the whole house again. At that point, you opened the door to the small room. Tell me about it.
I knew instantly what I'd found. I'd found my daughter. And
what did you see?
I saw her lying on the floor with a white blanket. She was lying on a white blanket. Her hands were tied above her head. She had tape over her mouth. Her eyes were closed. I immediately knelt down over her.
Another caveat I try to bring up a lot of times is I do not analyze body language. So I'm sure there'll be a bunch of comments. Well, he sighed before he answered, and his eyes looked off to the left, and he hunched forward. That means he's lying. No. Right? If you're actually discovering the body of your murdered daughter, I'm pretty sure you'd sigh and slump your shoulders and tear up a little bit. And this is one of my big issues with body language analysis, and why on my channel I don't tolerate it. I block out body language. And typically what I do is when I'm actually analyzing something in depth, I don't even watch the video. I just listen to the voices. Because body language can be so misleading, right? If someone does something that reveals their true emotions, that doesn't necessarily mean it's deceptive. If I sigh and hunch forward, it could just mean I'm sad. I'm recalling something sad. Doesn't mean I'm displaying a secret hidden guilt. So for me, body language is a big red flag. There might be some benefit to it, like Ekman and the micro expressions. However, in my opinion, the risks outweigh the benefits. The chance it will lead you down the wrong path by even considering it is too high. It's better to ignore it entirely, in my opinion. So here where John sighs and slumps forward and blinks or whatever he does, we need to ignore that, at least over here on my channel, because we want to get to the truth. And the truth comes through people's words, because that's how we've evolved to communicate and how we've evolved to deceive. And I just want to make a caveat about this because I see so many comments, well, we've evolved to use body language. Yes. If I smile, it means I'm happy. If I fold my arms, yes, it can mean I'm angry. But besides that, it doesn't really tell you much. I could be angry because I'm telling you the truth and you're not believing me. Or I could be smiling because it's Duper's delight, or just because I'm happy to be on TV. So it leads you down too many wrong paths. And I am working on my deception deck, which I announced in my last video. And that should be ready for sale soon, where I will basically teach you my favorite, easiest to grasp statement analysis techniques as playing cards, as flashcards. So you can learn them for yourself. And that way you can be quicker at picking up problems with people's words rather than resorting to what I consider to be voodoo body language analysis.
Felt her cheek, took the tape off immediately off her mouth. I tried to untie the cord that was around her arms. I couldn't get the knot untied.
Thought she was dead. Did you scream?
I screamed. I picked her up and I ran upstairs and
Let's go back. He said he tried to take the cord off of her arms before the cord around her neck. Is that odd? Yeah, I think so. I think if I found my daughter tied up on the ground, the first cord I would reach for is her neck, or I would shout her name or try to wake her up or something. But I think, does this mean he's lying? No, it's just a bizarre reaction. And if enough leakage or red flags pop up to me and I'm convinced that John murdered JonBenet, then I'll come back to this and think, maybe he took the cord off the hands before the neck because he wanted to take the cord off around her neck in front of everybody so he could have witnesses for them to see that he had his fingerprints on everything because he was taking it off, not because he was applying it.
her hands were tied above her head. She had tape over her mouth. Her eyes were closed. I immediately knelt down over her, felt her cheek, took the tape off immediately off her mouth. I tried to untie the cord that was around her arms. I couldn't get the knot untied.
Thought she was dead. Did you scream?
I screamed. I picked her up and I ran upstairs, and it was like a dream when you scream but you can't say anything. All you can do is scream. That's what I did.
Yes.
I took her upstairs. And
notice how none of this is hypothetical. Well, you find your daughter and you carry upstairs. All this is first person, past tense, because it's true. He is the one who discovered the body. He might have done all these things, which is why he's relaying it so precisely, as we would expect someone who's telling the truth. Like I said before, 99% of lies are by omission, by leaving out stuff, leaving out context. The context here might be, I knew she would be in that room, and I knew I should leave the rope around her neck, the garrote around her neck, so that I could remove it in front of everybody upstairs. So just because what he's saying here sounds truthful does not mean that he's innocent. It just means he's relaying something that actually happened. The context he could be leaving out is the incriminating context.
and laid her on the floor and still had a hope that she was alive.
I remember walking in and seeing her lying there in front of the Christmas tree. And I looked at John and he said, "She's dead." nothing felt real. I felt like it was,
It felt like it was a play, felt like it was staged. Here, nothing felt real could be leakage because she knows it was not real. This was all a performance for the benefit of the police. By that same token, could she be innocent and her saying nothing felt real be totally benign and honest? Yes, right? I'm just pointing it out because this stuff is cumulative. Leakage is cumulative, which means that the more you see it, the more important it becomes. And if you've seen my McCann's playlist from my first video to my most recent video, you will see how we have accumulated leakage regarding nautical references, nautical expressions, nautical words, where other words and expressions would have been just as appropriate, which is textbook leakage. That nautical, water-related stuff is coming to their minds whenever they talk about Madeleine's body because they're actively trying to suppress the image of her in the water, in my opinion, in a cold, dark place. So it comes out through their words. Like here, if Patsy knew this was all a performance for the benefit of the police and they were playing roles, saying none of it felt real is appropriate because it wasn't real.
My life was in slow motion and this was not really happening.
It was in slow motion. This was not really happening. John said it felt like a dream. It felt like it wasn't real. Could all this be leakage, that this was not real? Yes. Could all of it be benign? Yes. But I'm pointing it out because if we see this echo throughout the rest of this interview, or future interviews, them talking about how this wasn't real and felt like a performance or felt staged or felt like a dream instead of a nightmare, which was a weird thing to say. Nightmare would have been a much better word than dream. But anyway, then I will continue to point it out. So leakage is cumulative. So in the comments, some people say, well, they said this expression, you mean that they buried Madeleine in water? No. Right? That means you're new to my channel. It means you've watched one video. I point it out because once we've seen it 20 times, we can stack up about 20 poker chips and start feeling more comfortable going all in that this leakage means something. And even in one of my McCann's videos, you guys saw firsthand leakage coming out of me. Before I wanted to reveal what I thought actually happened to Madeleine, I actually leaked it through my own word choice in one of my early McCann's videos, and you guys caught it in the comments, which was impressive, right? Even I am susceptible to leakage in a very low stress situation, right? Sitting at my desk, recording a video. Imagine the stress of being on live TV, talking to Barbara Walters, trying to suppress stuff from your memory while inventing stuff, while recalling things you made up in your short-term memory and constructing it to talk about something you invented while omitting what you actually saw or what you were actually thinking. It's very complicated and creates a circumstance where leakage is more likely to occur.
I knelt down over her and just laid my body on her body and my cheek against her cheek, and it was cold. And I just kept saying, no, ask God. Ask God to raise her.
Whoa. What did she say here?
Just laid my body on her body and my cheek against her cheek, and it was cold. And I just kept saying, no, ask God.
Ask God?
Ask God to raise her.
Ask God to raise her. Odd.
JonBenet's body was stiff. She had apparently been dead for hours. An intricate noose apparatus called a garrote was tightly pulled around her neck, cutting into the flesh. She had been strangled to death.
An autopsy would later reveal that JonBenet had also suffered a skull fracture, the result of a blow to the head.
This is the big wrinkle in this case, that there were two methods which could have killed JonBenet. One was bludgeoning, so getting whacked hard on the head. And one was the more intricate method of execution, which is the garrote, right? So a rope with two wooden handles, and you wrap around someone's neck and you pull it tightly and you strangle them. And depending on which one killed her, it affects the contextual analysis. Do I think, for example, that JonBenet could have strangled his daughter to death? No. Do I think Patsy could have done it? No. Do I think Burke could have done it? Maybe, right? Children don't exactly have the same understanding of consequences of things. So let's say he learned how to make a garrote in the Boy Scouts and decided to use it on his sister because he was angry at her or because he was playing around and wanted to test it and didn't understand what it would do to her. That's a possibility. So I'm not throwing out any potential suspects. However, if she was bludgeoned on the head and then the garrote was used to make this look like a mafioso execution, basically to bolster the kidnapping story, the bludgeoning could have easily been done by anyone. For example, if Patsy had whacked JonBenet on the head with a wine bottle in a drunkenly falling down the stairs or stumbling and knocked JonBenet in the head, or if Burke whacked her in the head with a flashlight, I think lots of people said in the comments, is a possibility. So depending on which method actually killed her, helps raise the possibility of certain suspects. And as far as what I've seen in the limited background I've done on this, either one of them could have been the COD, right, the cause of death. I don't think the coroner actually determined conclusively that the bludgeoning was the cause of death or that the garrote was the cause of death. And even if it was a cover-up, the application of the garrote is pretty sick for a parent to do, to go that far to protect yourself or your son by actually tying something around your dead daughter's neck. However, if they were doing it to protect Burke, I could see that. Right? Burke accidentally kills his sister or does it on purpose, and they think to themselves, this is going to follow Burke for the rest of his life, or even narcissistically, right? This is going to reflect poorly on me if my son's a murderer. So let's cover this up, pretend it was a kidnapping. I'll get the garrote, I'll tie it around her neck so it looks like a mafia hit, and we'll just lie our asses off for the rest of our lives to protect Burke, and if they're narcissistic, to protect our own reputations as well. So all possibilities for me are still on the table. However, I'm leaning towards Burke did it by accident and the parents covered it up.
And had been sexually molested. What had begun as a kidnapping case for the police was now a brutal homicide. The police stayed with you all that day and the following day.
The sexual aspect of it is also another wrinkle in the case because I'm not sure how solid the evidence about that is. I think that was circumstantial evidence. I don't think it's as conclusive as they're leading in this documentary. However, if it is conclusive, then it points more towards the father. The father, or basically the father, and then him covering up and tricking everyone else. But I'm not sure about that aspect. And like I said, I've done limited background on this. The police, just like the Amanda Knox case, which we have a series on, and the McCann case, which we have a series on, bungled the forensics in the investigation. In all these unsolved mysteries, the police always dropped the ball. They fumbled.
You felt that you were under their protection because you didn't know where this killer might have been. But it turns out that they were really scrutinizing the two of you, that you were already suspects. Did you have any idea then that you were suspects?
No, not at all.
It was reported also, Mr. Ramsey,
that shortly after you found your daughter's body, that you called the pilot of your plane to arrange a flight to Atlanta. Is that true?
I did. We had been asked to leave the house. Within minutes of that happening, the police took the house over. We had nowhere to go. Atlanta was our home. We lived in Atlanta for 25 years. That's where our family was. We wanted to go home.
During the day that your child was found and in the days following,
is them flying to Atlanta within a couple like hours or something of finding their daughter dead strange? Maybe, yeah. But remember, these are very wealthy people. They had 2 private jets and a yacht. A private plane is almost like taking a taxi cab to their, in-laws' house to stay. I don't think it's as big as a deal as some people make of it. It's strange. It's pretty cold. Pretty cold thing to do, not to want to stay there. I know for me, I would probably want to be there and assisting as much as I could, the local police, to catch the person who did this. But I don't think that this is so incriminating as people make out. Even if John and Patsy Ramsey are cold people, and they would have to be cold people to cover up this crime and to put the garrote around JonBenet's neck. Even if they're cold people, does not mean that they actually killed their daughter. So we have to escape binary thinking. And I think that's one of the reasons people piled onto Amanda Knox so much, because she is unlikable. She's cold. She says weird stuff. Same with the McCanns. They're cold. They're stiff. If you do body language nonsense, they look like they're lying. But that doesn't necessarily mean they did it. Now, in the case of the McCanns, I do think they did it based on my statement analysis and all the context of things they said in certain contexts where it's bizarre. So based on logic, I think so. But the Ramseys, I never fault people for lawyering up. I think even if you're innocent, it's the right thing to do. I don't fault people for using scripts when they're doing a speech, right? So if they write down what they want to get across in pleas for help. And in this case, taking a private jet around to them was probably not that big of a deal. And they could easily come back if they requested to. So I won't look into that too much. I think it's kind of a non-issue. But let me know in the comments if you think that is so damning. I personally don't see it. I think there's way better evidence that this was a cover-up than them getting on the plane.
following Mr. Ramsey, there were reports from the police that you didn't seem distraught. You weren't sobbing. You seemed stoic. It was said you two rarely talked to each other. To them, this made it look as if you were guilty.
I've heard that, and I find that unbelievable.
Once again, him being stoic doesn't mean he's guilty. No, he might be a narcissistic, sociopathic guy. I've seen lots of comments like that. Right? He's a narcissist. He's sociopathic. It doesn't mean he killed his daughter. It could explain partially how he had the fortitude to cover up the crime to protect Burke. And if he's a narcissist and a sociopath, you know that he's very concerned about his image. So it could explain how he, when he saw JonBenet dead, he thought, okay, she's dead. Nothing we can do about her. Let's protect Burke. And could be very matter of fact. I think Jerry McCann might have the same sort of demeanor. Doesn't mean he killed his daughter. But it could explain why he took charge when she was dead and told Kate, look, there's nothing we can do for Madeline. She's dead. What we need to do now is focus on our family unit and make sure that this stigma does not follow the twins, and make sure that we don't get locked up for neglect and get locked up in a Portuguese prison and have the children go into foster care. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say it was a kidnapping. I feel like John's stoic, non-emotional demeanor does not make him a killer. Same with Jerry McCann. I don't think it makes him a killer. However, that type of personality could stay cool-headed enough to orchestrate a cover-up.
I've lost 2 children. And for someone to tell me that I didn't act right, I don't accept.
There is the impression that from day...
I agree. Right? It's weak. You didn't cry enough. Right? Body language. You didn't cry enough. You're guilty. Okay? I'm crying a lot. You're crying too much. You're trying to be too persuasive. You're guilty. It's too weak. It's too subjective. If you want to paint him as the one who did it, body language will let you paint someone any way you want, which is why I think it's so weak and actually very dangerous if you're trying to get to the truth. Listening to what people say actually tells you what's on their mind, actually shows you what they're trying to hide by not mentioning or by addressing something and try to refute it before you even brought it up, and can also reveal through leakage what's really on their mind, what they're picturing at the time they're talking under stress. You can also even get inadvertent confessions, embedded confessions, like we got with Nadia in one of my early videos. So if you want to see that, watch my video. It's one of my first videos. Did Nadia confess to cheating or something along those lines?
Day one, the two of you refused to cooperate with the police.
No, that is a media myth. We met with the police on the 26th. We met
talked with them.
And talked with them for hours on the 27th. When they asked us to come to the police station, we said, yeah, we want to keep working with you, but can't you come here? We can't go out. Patsy was in bed. Patsy was barely able to move. And all we asked was they come here. They said, well, no, we have paperwork at the police station we might need to get a hold of.
Okay. On the 27th, a very good friend of...
Them not cooperating with the police is strange, but like I said, I don't necessarily fault them for that, especially if an attorney told them not to talk. Because unlike the McCanns, their daughter isn't allegedly still out there, right? And she needs to be found. So any information they provide to the police will be useful. At this point, their daughter's already dead. And if they have any idea of how the real world works, and I think John and Patsy do know how the real world works, they know that they are suspects. So lawyering up and not being cooperative to protect themselves from being wrongly convicted is actually a smart thing to do. So in their case, it's a no-brainer to loyal up and not necessarily help because their daughter's already dead. Yes, they want to find a killer, but not at their own expense. Whereas the McCanns not answering 48 questions when their daughter is allegedly kidnapped and still out there is a much bigger red flag. That's an important distinction. There's lots of similarities between the Ramseys and the McCanns, which are two of my favorite subjects right now, and which are two of my most popular series right now. But the difference is, in the Ramseys case, they know 100%, everyone knows the daughter's already dead. So the decisions they can make in the public are different because the McCann's daughter is allegedly, according to their narrative, still out there. So in their case, the McCanns, you would expect a lot more cooperation, which when you don't see it, is more of a red flag.
A friend of yours, Mike Bynum, said to you, I think that you should hire lawyers.
Mike knew things that were going on that we didn't know. He knew that the police, by that time, were withholding JonBenet's body for burial. He also, based on his experience as a prosecutor and as a district attorney, could see that the police were very quickly focusing on us as the killers.
Yeah, so Mike, his buddy, gave him good advice. If I knew him, I would also tell him to lawyer up.
Your lawyers advised you then not to submit to police questions. Why not, people say? Wouldn't you have wanted to tell them everything?
Well, I don't recall that our lawyers told us that at the time. We were perfectly willing and anxious to work with the police to find the killer. We had a higher priority at that point, and that was to bury our daughter.
But it would, in fact, be 4 months before the Ramseys would sit down with detectives for formal interrogation.
See, lots of people who don't know anything about how the legal system works think this is extremely damning. They didn't cooperate for 4 months. In reality, any defense lawyer would tell you not to cooperate at this point. Not to say any, because it is true. The Miranda rights are true. Anything you say can and will be used against you. So even if they didn't kill their daughter, and even if they didn't cover up the crime, let's say it was actually a kidnapping, which I don't think it was. Let's say it was actually a kidnapping. They still should have lawyered up. Because at this point, JonBenet's already dead. The police are going to point the finger at them. The prosecutors will go after them. And the less you cooperate, the less info you give, the less they have to use against you. So I personally think that one of them killed JonBenet, and then both parents worked together to cover it up. That's what I think. However, do I think that their decision to lawyer up is a red flag? No. You should always lawyer up. And just as a bit of advice for my followers here, saying, should I get a lawyer? And this is not legal advice, right? I'm not giving you legal advice. However, I'm just telling you how things work. Saying, let's say the police are interrogating you, should I get a lawyer? Do you think you need a lawyer? That's not a request for a lawyer, right? So, officer, do you think I should get a lawyer? The police will probably, like I said, do you think you need a lawyer? Or no, we're just asking you some questions. In order to invoke your right to an attorney, your right to silence, you have to demand an attorney. I want a lawyer. I want to call my lawyer. Now you've actually invoked your right, and the questioning should stop. So just be aware of that. The Ramseys here got good advice. I don't think them not cooperating is such a red flag. Whether they're guilty or innocent, it was the right thing to do.
There was a mutual distrust between the Boulder Police Department and the Ramsey family. Why didn't you take a lie detector test?
No one ever asked us
Really?
to take a lie detector test.
Police never asked you to take a lie detector test?
No.
I was asked during my interview with Steve Thomas hypothetical questions. One of the policemen that investigated this murder. He said, if I were to ask you to take a lie detector test, what would you say? And I said, I would be offended. That's what I would say. I wasn't interested in proving my innocence at that point. That
We were
was
frightened.
a non-issue.
There's a murderer loose.
Mr. Ramsey, would you now take a lie detector test?
Would, certainly.
Would you, Mrs. Ramsey?
Yes, I would take a lie detector test.
Yes, I would. So stuttering is another sign of deception. So I think I have that in the cues section of my deception deck. But stuttering or saying or hesitating or changing a response midway through the sentence are all signs of deception. And like I said, you need multiple signs of deception. But stuttering over one's words usually indicates that they're trying to avoid a slip of the tongue. So it could mean that they're lying. Or it could just mean that they're sensitive about the response. So here where Patsy stutters about being willing to take a lie detector test might indicate that if push came to shove and she was actually asked to sit down and do it, she would say no. So listen again to the stutter. She hasn't stuttered this entire interview.
Murderer loose.
Mr. Ramsey, would you now take a lie detector test?
Would, certainly.
Would you, Mrs. Ramsey?
Yes, I would take a lie detector test.
When you realized that you two were the prime suspects, what did you think? What did you feel? What did you say?
Well, we were outraged. We were shocked. How could they think that?
Mr. Ramsey, the police officer that day, Linda Arndt, said on this very program that when you put your daughter's body down, you looked straight into her eyes.
His face was just inches from mine.
And Linda Arndt said she felt then from your expression that the killer was in the house and she was afraid of you.
Well,
and we have a body language analyst head detective, so I'm not surprised that this case was fumbled. Even though she might have been right. The killer was in the house. I think she's right about that. I just don't like the way she came to that conclusion. I do think either John, Patsy, or Burke was the killer, and I ranked them in this order. And remember, this series is just beginning. We're only 4 videos in. Trust me, by the time we get to 10 videos in, and I've analyzed some interviews of Burke alone and John alone and Patsy alone, will crystallize this theory a lot more to where I'm more confident to go all in on my opinion. That said, I ranked them this way. I think Burke did it and John and Patsy covered it up. Second place, I think John did it and John and Patsy covered it up. And then third place, Patsy did it and Patsy and John covered it up. So I don't think either parent fooled the other parent. I don't think it was a solo thing where one parent committed the murder and orchestrated the cover-up to fool the other parent, because they both answer things deceptively and have leakage that reveals that they know that they're being deceptive about this kidnapping story.
The question I would ask Linda Arnn, has she ever looked before in the eyes of a father who has just been told his 6-year-old daughter is dead?
Exactly. And John answers it perfectly. Let's say he had a weird expression on his face, or his pupils were dilated like a wild animal. Does that mean he's the killer? No. It could just as easily mean he's going through some insane emotion because he just found out his daughter was dead. Which is why body language to me is so weak at spotting deception. Right? If someone's frowning at me, yes, I know they're angry, right? So we do express ourselves through body language, right? If I do this, maybe I'm more confident than if I, closed off and folding my arms. But body language is not a good way to detect deception. It's a good way to communicate overtly obvious things. So on that note, we're 13 minutes into this interview. We will do another part where we analyze the rest of it. But right now, I want to take some time to look at some of the top comments from my previous video, just so we can highlight some of the best stuff from the subscribers, some of the things that were voted up to the top, because I think you guys make lots of great points, and I want to make sure we're all able to appreciate that, and I'm able to respond to it here so we can all address it together. So here we have the top comments from my last Ramsey's video for 4 words liars use. So the top comment from Fiona Lyons, I absolutely agree that Burke did it out of temper. Apart from their need to protect their son, there's also the damage to their reputation as parents. Questions would be asked. Another similarity to the cans is the parents' lack of cooperation with police. And I agree. I think that even if the parents are very cold and let's say both parents are narcissists or sociopathic, it would still explain why they would protect Burke. Because if their son was found to be a murderer, it would reflect poorly on them. So there's a benevolent reason for protecting their son, right? JonBenet's beyond help. She's already dead. Let's make sure Burke's life isn't ruined too. Or the selfish reason. Well, Burke killed JonBenet. There's nothing we can do for her. If Burke is found to be a murderer, we're going to look terrible. This stigma will follow us for the rest of our lives. It's going to reflect very poorly on our reputation. So let's cover it up. Right? So my theory that Burke didn't, the parents covered it up, doesn't necessarily mean that the parents have to be these super loving parents that would do anything for their son. They could still protect Burke for selfish, narcissistic reasons. Even if they're both sociopaths or psychopaths, their own personal reputation would be affected. So it would still make sense to protect Burke. Second comment from D. Zulez, your channel is now my absolute favorite on YouTube. Every video is so interesting and informative. I used to be obsessed with other body language analysis channels, but I much prefer the linguistic analysis approach. It makes a lot more sense to me than blink rates and other obscure signs of deception. Please keep making these videos, and I'll be getting the deception deck. Thank you, D. Zulez. And I agree. I think body language, let's say someone is trained in it and is able to freeze frame micro expressions, that may be useful, right? So I'm not saying there's necessarily zero use to body language. But to me, body language analysis, micro expressions, etc., is about as useful as a lie detector. Very rarely in life will you have the chance to sit someone down, ask them questions, record their expression, and then go back through and analyze all the micro expressions they make during their response to tell if they're lying. Or like a lie detector, very rarely in life will you have the chance to sit someone down in a chair, hook them up, get a baseline, and then ask them a bunch of yes or no questions to determine if they're lying or not. It's just not practical. It's not useful for me to teach you how to do that on YouTube. We've evolved to communicate with our language. And even if you think, hey, we evolved to communicate with our bodies, in today's world, most of the communication we do is through words, whether it's through speaking face-to-face or watching a news report and trying to tell whether or not the anchor is lying or the person they're interviewing is lying, or even analyzing text. Right? So this rules of statement analysis, as well as the contextual stuff I point out, still applies to text. For example, if I wanted to analyze Kate McCann's book or the Ramsey's book, I could do that, right? Because it's written out, they still have to use language. Whereas body language would be totally useless there. Same with a lie detector. They're just not particularly useful. And they're wrong too much of the time. Right? If someone's blinking a lot, maybe they have something in their eye, maybe they're just stressed, maybe they don't like the interviewer, so they want to block them out. Doesn't mean they're lying. It's too obscure. All right. Third comment. Also, regarding the deception deck, I announced this in my last Ramsey's video. I secured deceptiondeck.com because you guys expressed so much interest in it, and I'll keep you posted when that's ready. And what it will be is basically flashcards with my favorite rules that you can practice and learn so that you can spot these things on the fly the same way that I do. Hollyweeds. At Hollyweeds, it never made sense a kidnapper didn't have the note ready in advance. They knew where to find a pad of paper and pen in the Ramsey house and spent 20 minutes composing a 3-page letter while trespassing in the house. Right. I agree. That note, that ransom note, in my opinion, is 100% fabricated, and it was written by the parents. Based on the language in it, which I analyzed and how to analyze a kidnapping, based on the context that it was written with stationery from Patsy's desk and Patsy's pen, and when investigators tried to write it out by hand, they said it took like 20 minutes to write that thing out. Very unlikely an actual kidnapper would A, write a note that long, or B, break into a house without the note prepared. It's just not how kidnapping works. And I've been suggested to make a video comparing the Ramsey ransom note to genuine ransom notes. So let me know if you want to see that. The same way I compared the McCann's press conference to press conferences from parents whose children were actually kidnapped, right? A one-to-one comparison. So let me know if you want me to do that, where I compare the Ramsey ransom note to ones that are confirmed genuine, where they were really written by kidnappers, and you will see very big differences between those. At Gwen Boland, the stick used to tighten the garrote was the handle of a paintbrush that was owned by Patsy. The handle was broken off and the rest of the brush was neatly put back in the box. Fibers from Patsy's sweater were found under the tape over JonBenet's mouth. Patsy helped stage the body. I'd always believed, so also I don't know if all this evidence is true. The other thing is, let's say some fibers from Patsy's sweater were under the tape. It doesn't necessarily mean that Patsy applied the tape, right? If the kidnapper was rolling JonBenet's around on the floor, she might have collected some hairs and DNA on her mouth, and then the tape secured those in. So all this evidence in this case, I rank it very low, just like I do in the Amanda Knox case, because the CSI techniques that they used and the quality of the evidence they collected was very weak. Right? JonBenet was killed in a house where she lived with her parents, with John, with Burke, with Patsy, So finding their DNA and fibers and stuff like that isn't that big of a deal to me. The same way that in the Amanda Knox investigation, they tried to make such a big deal about Meredith's blood and Amanda's blood being in the sink. Well, they both lived in the house. If they both had bloody gums or something, it's very simple that they might both spit into the sink and their blood get mixed. So when it comes to DNA stuff or small little fibers, I don't put too much stock into it, especially when the murder occurred in a place where all those people lived. Astrin Maris also noticed that John claims responsibility for the phone call immediately. He states firmly, "I did," even though Patsy is the only one talking during the call. Does anyone else find this curious? And that is a nice catch from Astrin. And that's why I addressed it in this video, because lots of people pointed this out in the comments. And I think I was so focused in the last video on pointing out small little lessons and details that I actually missed that very obvious thing where he claimed responsibility for a 911 call that he did not make, which basically indicated that he was playing fast and loose with the facts. Matthew Oliver, the deception deck would be great. Please continue working on it. It will be so valuable for myself and I assume a lot of people. And I told him deck coming soon. So if you are interested in that, please let me know in the comments of this video. The way I'm gauging how much time to invest in it is how many comments I see from people expressing an interest in getting it so I can allocate more time to it. It's about the same amount of effort as writing a book, except with the deck, you're going to get 52 flashcards. So we can dispense with all the filler it would take to pad out a book. So you just get the straight rules, examples, explanations, etc. So you can use them. And I think it would be fun to hold up the cards while we're recording when I'm pointing out a specific rule so that there's a little visual interactive element to the videos. And I like the interactive element of my videos and doing the analysis publicly because of the feedback I get. So as I said in this video, right, I do have biases. Everybody has biases. And by doing my analysis publicly, at least I can have people giving me their opinions, pointing out my biases, pointing out things I might have missed. And it actually makes the analysis a lot richer and stronger. Which is why I wanted to do this feature here. And if you like this feature where I highlight comments, let me know. I think it's just a nice quick way to get extra points into the analysis. After my feature presentation, that I didn't have time to organically work in. And these are all upvoted comments. So they're ones that you guys clearly find interesting and have voted up to the top of the pile. All right, this will be the last one here. Happy one to, and then I see one from Alicia, who's a member of the channel, saying another vote for the deception deck. Brilliant idea. Thank you, Alicia. If you're not a member, you can become a member by clicking the join button. There's a link in the pinned comment of every video. So in every video, I have the link to the full playlist of that subject. So in this one, I have a link to the full playlist of DD versus the Ramseys, as well as a link to become a member. And that's in the pinned comment. So if you want extra bonus content, do consider becoming a member like Alicia. And I think we have almost 100 other members of the channel. So thank you to everyone. All right, this will be the last comment for today. Happy 123 Sophia. As I always say, it's not what people say, it's what they don't say that gives them away. Guilty people try all kinds of avoidance to say what really happened, but give themselves away so easily if you listen carefully. Yes, she's basically reiterating the point of lying by omission. If you're listening to the dog that's not barking, if you're listening for the dog that doesn't bark, you can catch lots of lies, right? They'll bring up stuff they're comfortable talking about, but they will not mention stuff they didn't consider. And in this video, an example of that was them not saying they regret calling 911. that should be something that weighs on their mind every day for the rest of their lives. If we didn't call 911, would JonBenet still be alive? But they don't express any regret. And actually, John specifically said he doesn't regret that because he said his only regret was not calling for more help. Why? Because lying is hard. You have to think in 4 dimensions, how someone actually in that situation would react, which is very difficult to do. So guilty people do try all kinds of avoidance, and that will be some of the cards that we're going to do here. Things people say when they're trying to minimize or avoid telling the truth, words that indicate someone's speaking vaguely, or words that even indicate that someone's lying by omission. And if you've seen all my videos, that's the good thing. If you've seen all my videos, you have all this stuff for free, right? The cards are just a fun way to make it more interactive. It's not like I'm holding any knowledge back. I give away everything for free on my videos. There's nothing I haven't told you that I know that I'm hiding from you and trying to sell, right? I even show the images of the members section on these videos, just so if you can't afford to become a member or don't know how to sign up, you still see what they're seeing too. Regarding my thoughts on the JonBenet Ramsey case, I'll just bring everyone to the table if this is your first time here or your first time watching a video in this series. Based on my analysis of, I think it's like 2 interviews with the parents, as well as the 911 call and an in-depth analysis into the kidnapping note, right, into the ransom letter. My working theory is that this was an accidental death, or deliberate, but I think that it was Burke, who was 9 at the time, who accidentally or deliberately killed his sister JonBenet. And by deliberately, I mean, just a child who didn't understand the consequences of his actions and maybe hit her on the head with something along those lines. And then the parents covered it up. However, I haven't crystallized that theory yet. It possibly could still be the mother. It could still be the father. But right now, if I'm betting on it, I'm betting that Burke is the one who did it and the parents orchestrated the cover-up to protect him. And if you want to get into the details of how I developed that theory, you can watch this playlist here, the link to which is in the pinned comment under this video. If you're watching this video rather than listening on podcast mode, I can already see why people wanted me to analyze this. Because of Burke's odd facial expression. For example, he's smiling while he's talking about this media circus and his sister's death. And I think this was pointed out in lots of the requests, right? Like, why is he smiling like that? Is he a psychopath? Is he on the spectrum, which is also possible? So why is he smiling like this? Some people, I remember, commented that this might be Duper's delight. When I posted this video into the member section, I specifically advised the members when they're watching this to try to ignore this odd behavior, because body language doesn't necessarily tell us if someone is lying. So, for example, one big piece of body language analysis is eye contact, right? If someone breaks eye contact, you have to make a note of that. But someone breaking eye contact, it doesn't tell us whether or not they're lying, right? They could be breaking eye contact because they're lying, or because they're telling the truth and they're embarrassed about it, or just because people in real life, face-to-face, don't actually make as much eye contact as you might expect. For example, in movies and TV, people are always looking each other in the eyes. In reality, if you stare at someone in the eyes for something more than 2 seconds, it actually gives off a very creepy vibe. It's actually a very hostile thing to hold someone's gaze for that long. So while it looks normal in a movie or a TV show, in reality, lots of these body language things, they might indicate sensitivity, but they don't tell us whether or not someone's actually acting strange or fidgeting because they're nervous or because they're lying. So my advice is always just to discount all of that, even the strange facial expression. There is one piece of body language that is useful in a very rare circumstance, and it's one of my most viewed shorts on YouTube, but it's a very, very rare occasion when you can use it, and also it can also be identified through the words someone uses, so you don't even need the body language to determine it. But I'll get into that later. Let's just watch a little bit more of this and see if it's actually appropriate to Burke. Him not speaking to the media, I don't hold that against people, especially if an attorney advises it. So whether he is guilty or innocent, it's probably best not to talk to the media because, as they say, anything you say can and will be used against you. So if he slips up, people like me will be watching and will point it out. For example, right here, he did this interview, and now I actually have some meat to analyze. And maybe he'll exonerate himself here, right? He'll say stuff that actually makes me think, okay, he didn't do it. For example, a good denial. And if you've seen my early videos, one of my most viewed videos ever on YouTube, I think has like 250,000 views, is what does a good denial look like, or a reliable denial? So people can effectively deny stuff. So if he effectively denies killing his sister, we'll take that into consideration. And if you've seen my second Hans Niemann video, you know that I am perfectly willing to update my analysis to abide by that rule. If someone gives a reliable denial, I will take them at their word, unless they say something that forces me to change my mind or contradicts it. So if he gives a good denial here, we will update our analysis. But right now, he is my top suspect for killing his sister and has nothing to do with him hiding from the media. I think hiding from the media is actually a good thing. And lots of innocent people do that because they're perfectly happy to let the investigation take its course and let the truth speak for itself. They don't need to go out in front of cameras or write books to direct the narrative. And in 2 of my series, we've seen parents who did just that. Burke's parents, for example, wrote a book about the JonBenet Ramsey murder. They have a need to direct the narrative. The McCanns are another couple who wrote a book about their daughter's alleged kidnapping, which to me is also a red flag. When innocent people have a need to steer the narrative rather than let the investigation take its course or let the truth work on its own, it's a red flag. Innocent people typically sit back and let the investigation take its course rather than trying to influence it or influence public perception. And if you've seen a case a few years ago, which is fascinating, the real life Gone Girl case, for example, it took place in California. A girl got kidnapped in a very bizarre way. The cops didn't believe her. Nobody believed her. They thought it was a hoax. They thought she and her boyfriend orchestrated it for attention. And then it was proven to be true. So everyone who thought they were lying was wrong. And then they participated with an author to write a book about it. So they didn't write a book while the investigation was going on. They were perfectly willing to let the truth, the investigation take its course, even when all the media, even the detectives were against them. They were happy to let their attorneys fight the case in court, collect the evidence, let the investigators, even if they didn't believe them, do their job to eventually come up with the truth. And let me know if you want me to do a video on that, because it is fascinating how they were telling the truth, but even seasoned detectives, even FBI investigators, even an FBI lie detector administrator thought they were lying. Something there that I want to address, because I see this a lot in the comments. Dr. Ville said 2 days before your sister was murdered, you had the Christmas party. According to the reports, at least what I could find, the time of death of JonBenet is a very wide gap. The time of death is between 10 p.m. of Christmas Eve and 6 a.m. Christmas morning, which means that JonBenet could have been killed after Patsy made the 911 call around 5 a.m. And this is an important point because the parents never express remorse. And I've pointed this out in almost every video because it's such a huge red flag. They never express remorse about calling 911, even though the ransom note said, if you call 911, I will kill your daughter. And the fact that they never express remorse about that means that they know calling 911 did not lead to their daughter's death because they know when she died, which was likely the night before. So the people's inability to determine whether it was actually 2 days or the morning of when JonBenet was killed is actually very important, because you can't determine that. You would expect the parents to at least always second guess for the rest of their lives calling 911. If only we had not called 911 and waited for the phone call from the kidnapper and paid the ransom, would our daughter still be alive? But they never do that. They never express that remorse. And to me, that is leakage. It's an indicator that they do in fact know calling 911 did not lead to her death because they knew she was already dead and they know precisely when it happened. So that's a huge point. I know I've made it a couple times, but I just wanted to address that thing about the time of death. Nobody actually knows her precise time of death. It's from the time they got home to the party till the morning, till after the 911 call was made, around 6 a.m. Weird statement where he's talking about how the doll looked like JonBenet was in a coffin. And this was actually caught by some of the members in their comments, where it's almost like they're trying to foreshadow that JonBenet would die just because they saw a doll where she was laying down. What's also strange is, I wonder if this was one of those dolls where it's laying down and there's little zip ties, right, that hold it into place, those plastic zip ties, like in the 90s on toys that would hold them down to the cardboard package. So I wonder if there was a zip tie twisted around the neck, a zip tie twisted around the head, the hands to hold it like a Barbie doll down to the box. Because that is eventually how JonBenet was found, with a garrote. And I'm going to keep saying garrote that way because it is a French word and it's fun to say. So there was a garrote around her neck, and there were also, her hands were tied together as well, which is strange. It may be totally coincidental, or maybe after the parents found JonBenet dead, they thought about that doll in their subconscious and thought, you know what really will sell this as a kidnapping? If we tie something around the neck to really sell this as a mafioso terrorist cell murder for murder because we didn't pay the ransom. But the mention of the doll is strange. That little anecdote he told. Okay, so this is interesting. Do you remember the last time you saw JonBenet alive? I want to say it was in the car. So I want to say is a performative. It's something you say before you make a statement. For example, when I accused Nadia Amine, the professional esports gamer, of cheating on a video game, it was because in a denial video she made denying cheating, she said, "First, I want to say I do not cheat," which is technically true. And liars often use performatives like "I want to say," because what they're doing is they're declaring, I honestly want to say something, but they're not declaring what follows is actually the truth. And this is a hard concept for lots of people to grasp. So I'm just going to explain it again. A performative allows you to say something true, like I want to say. So I want to say, and anything that follows it, I'm telling the truth. I'm just saying, I'm expressing my desire to say something. And liars frequently use this. Bill Clinton used this when he was accused of having sex with Monica Lewinsky. When he denied it in a press conference, he said, I want to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Something along those lines. but the performative was, I want to say this again. So if someone says, I want to say this again, it's a way to lie because you're prefacing your lie with a truthful statement that you desire, you're expressing a wish to say something. And let me know in the comments if I'm not explaining this well. But performatives, like I want to say, allow you to basically tell a lie if the person listening to you does not catch that you used a performative to set up your statement. All that is to say, when Burke says, I want to say the last time I saw her alive was in the car, that's an unreliable statement. All he's telling us is he wants to be able to say the last time he saw her alive was in the car. That does not mean he's not directly telling us the last time he saw her alive was in the car. What does that tell us? Maybe the last time he saw her alive was in the kitchen, as some theories go, right? Where she stole a piece of his pineapple and he whacked her in the head for it because apparently the investigators found some undigested pineapple in her stomach, which means she died not that long after eating the pineapple. And pineapple is a particularly acidic fruit, right? You'd imagine it would digest pretty quickly. Or, that they were arguing over the train set and or over the presents while the parents were upstairs, not paying attention to them, and pushed her and knocked her head onto something and killed her, right, by accidentally bludgeoning her, right? So any of these things. Basically, when he says, I want to say last time I saw her alive in the car, that is evasive and we're flagging it. I do not 100% believe the last time he saw her alive was in the car. And I do believe one of the members, and we're gonna look at these member comments in depth because there's so many good catches. I've only had an opportunity to browse through them. But one of the members actually did catch the inconsistency there, because later I think he contradicts himself if this comment is correct. But we'll look in depth at the members' comments after this. I've browsed through them just because I don't want them to influence my analysis too much. And then we'll compare what the members said to what I said and some of the things that I may have missed that they put into their notes. I think it'll be fun.
Do you remember the last time?
Also, one last thing about performatives and saying I want to say. If you look below, I've made the deception deck that I had so many requests for. So if you look here, all the comments requesting the deception deck, which is basically 52 of my favorite concepts for catching liars. And I announced the pre-sale on the community tab yesterday. Thank you to everyone who pre-ordered the deck. That is a huge vote of confidence and is actually inspiring me to work more on it and try to get it ready even quicker for you. I'm not sure if I'll have it in time for Christmas. However, you can show the receipt to whoever you want to buy it for. And multiple people have bought multiple packs and saying they want to give them as gifts, and I appreciate that. So if you want to grab the deck, it's heavily requested. There is a link down below under this video to go to my e-commerce site to buy the deck, to basically pre-order it. And because we're watching Dr. Phil, this video will be demonetized. So if you want to support the channel, please do consider becoming a member or getting yourself a copy of the deck, which is the fastest way to master the science, the art, the skill of deception detection, because I've boiled it down to 52 rules without all the fluff you would have to go through in a book. And it's designed so you can memorize the concepts so you can use them on the fly like we do here on the channel when we're watching a video for the first time. So that concept right there, I want to say, is actually one of the cards in the deception deck under the deceptive words and phrases suit, which I think is the spade. So each suit is a different core concept of deception detection.
Time.
Right there, when Dr. Phil talked about JonBenet being dead, Burke was smiling and raising his eyebrows when he said, yeah. And I just want to touch on this because I think this is important outside of Burke and very important for lots of analysis. Let's watch that again.
A short time later, she would be dead.
Yeah.
All right, so just because someone is smiling does not mean that they're experiencing duper's delight. Duper's delight is a biological phenomenon when someone who enjoys lying is getting away with a lie. They tend to get giddy, they get a little bit more excited because they're taking pleasure in tricking the other person. And lots of people who get duper's delight, they're normally a little bit psychopathic or sociopathic, right? Because they actually get off on tricking other people. So, for example, most normal people, if they're lying to someone, they actually feel bad about it, right? So that's why they use hedging language. They don't want to tell a direct lie. That's why they use a performative to set up their lie so that they're not technically lying because it's easier on the brain. And they use certain words and phrases to lie to minimize the lie. So duper's delight is not as common as people might think. So, for example, I don't think Burke is experiencing duper's delight there when he says, yeah. I don't think he thinks he's getting one over on Phil and he's getting off on it. Because I don't think Burke, from what I've seen here, is necessarily a psychopath. I'm not a clinician, so I can't diagnose him. But psychopaths are typically very bold liars, like Casey Anthony or O.J. Simpson. And I'm going to show you, actually speaking of O.J. Simpson, an example of duper's delight so you can spot it. So this is one of my most popular shorts on the channel. And if you're listening on podcast mode, there's going to be lots of noises. And it's basically just because this is heavily edited, because it's one of the first videos I did back when my videos were heavily edited. But O.J. Simpson is basically lying directly to a reporter's face. And you can see the duper's delight in his face. But also, if we're ignoring the body language like we should be, you can see that he's laughing and actually, making statements that indicate he's enjoying the lie, that he's being sarcastic. So here we go.
I grabbed the knife. After that, I don't remember, except I'm standing there and there's blood and stuff around. I hate to say this, but this is
So as you can see with that OJ example, duper's delight, that one was extremely egregious and obvious, where he was literally broke out laughing, talking about murdering his wife because he's getting away with it and he enjoys it, because I do believe he is a psychopath. I don't think that's what we're seeing here with Burke, just to be clear. But then again, I'm not a clinician. I cannot diagnose him as being a psychopath. But there are certain trends in the language of psychopaths. Also, psychopaths are particularly good at faking emotions. So if you practice body language reading, which I personally believe is very dangerous and is basically voodoo because it's so subjective, you will get fooled by psychopaths if you're analyzing their body language. They're very good at mimicking the body language and expressions of normal people who actually experience emotions. They're also very good at manipulating through crying or getting belligerent. All that is to say, I don't think Burke is a psychopath. So when he smiles or does something strange, I think there's another reason for it. And it's not up to me to figure out what that reason is, because I'm ignoring it, as we all should be. Let's analyze his statements. It will get us to the right answer much more often than getting sidetracked by body language or strange expressions. Another, now that I'm making the deception deck at everyone's request, I'm trying to speed it up and make sure it's ready for all of you. This and that are two more words that I used to always point out in my old videos when I was really going in depth into the rules. But now that they're fresh on my mind, and I do want to make a point of them here. When someone uses the word "this" about something, typically it expresses a type of closeness to that thing. So when John says she had this ransom note with her, It could be a little bit of an indicator that he feels close to that note because he wrote it, or he dictated it, as I think, and Patsy wrote it. Instead of saying something like, she had a ransom note, or she had that damn ransom note, saying this indicates closeness. He's recounting the first time he saw it, and he's referring to it as this, something that he's familiar with, this particular ransom note. Does this mean he's lying? Does this mean he wrote the note? Of course not, right? We need multiple signs of deception to conclude that someone is in fact lying. However, we should always flag the use of this and that. The word this indicates closeness. So when someone's talking about a kidnapper or someone who assaulted them or someone who allegedly stole something from them, you do not expect them to use the word this or these. The word that indicates distance. When you don't say, let me get into that car that you're going into right now, right? You point across the street, let me go into that car. I'll take that Uber. If the Uber is right in front of you, you're sliding into a seat, I'm getting into this Uber, right? So this and that are words we use automatically, but in reality, both indicate physical as well as emotional closeness and distance. So you cannot hang your hat, the investigation on the use of this and that, but it should be noted. So John referred to as this ransom note, which is not what we would expect. We would expect him to say, she came up with a note, or she came up with 3 sheets of paper, because at that point he should not have known it was a ransom note. So even though we all know he later found out it was a ransom note, when someone's recounting a story, you expect them to tell it to us as it happened, like a parade marching in front of their eyes. So he said Patsy came in with 3 sheets with this ransom note is an odd statement. A more reliable statement, a more accurate statement, a more honest statement would be she came into the room with 3 sheets of paper and they ended up being the ransom note. Or I read them and discovered they were a ransom note.
Come from
as much help as I can lay my hands on. That's an odd phrase. So one thing I always like to do is look at the phrases people choose, because there are multiple expressions to express virtually anything. So for example, fair and balanced, even keel, even Steven. There's a bunch of ways to express a concept with colloquialisms, expressions, word choice. And we've looked at this with the McCanns, where a bunch of the expressions they use are nautical, more than just at random. They specifically choose words and expressions that have to do with water when they're talking about Maddie, which, after I've seen it about 20 times now, and I really should make a list of all the expressions of leakage that they have, that we've seen in the very few actual interviews we've analyzed of them, indicates to me that whenever they're thinking about Madeline, they're repressing memories about something with her having to do with water. And it comes out through leakage. They're actually picturing the past, right? Lying is a very difficult concept. You have to go through your memory to remember what actually happened. Then you have to go through another piece of your memory to remember the story you told about it. And you have to express in your short-term memory a response that only includes the imaginary story and actively omits all your actual memory and express it in words all within fractions of a second. And what happens is when people are under stress or the memory is very vivid and the story isn't so clear, because, right, a story is just imagined. A fabricated story is imagined in your head. It's not going to be as clear as something you actually remember. We see the phenomenon of leakage. Or, as Freud coined it, right, a Freudian slip, as has been coined after him, right, where he also noticed this phenomenon. So when people use strange expressions like as much help as I could get my hands on, I make note of it. And if I see enough odd expressions and they all have a consistent theme, then I'm going to factor that into my analysis. I think this is the first time we've seen a strange expression like that. So that just might be something that John says, an expression he uses, get my hands on. But I don't think I've ever heard someone talk about saying as much help as they can get their hands on. All right, so we're pretty deep into this interview and they're cutting for a commercial. So I'm going to wrap up this part here. We'll continue it in a future video. Right now, I just want to go through the comments of the members on this video and see what catches they got, because as you know, I'm watching this one pass through. Members have had this link for a few days now, and I want to see what they've caught as well, see what they've caught that I missed. All right, so we'll spend about 10 minutes here just looking at the comments from the members, seeing what they caught. We've got 31 comments, so about a third of members, or at least one comment for every 3 members on the channel. Let's take a look. First up from KIDNAPPING. She has a very good comment here where this is, once again, an example of why it's so hard to fabricate a story, because you cannot always act the way someone actually in that situation would. And here KIDNAPPING does point out that JonBenet says he was fine with leaving Burke upstairs in his room as they knew he was safe there. How would they know he was safe? It's a big house. The attacker could still be there, and that is true. And in fact, the ransom note said, "We are watching you if you call 911," which would indicate that they maybe left someone behind in the house specifically to watch them. So there would be no way of knowing that Burke was safe upstairs in his room unless they knew there was, in fact, no real kidnapper. And Kitty's got a bunch of notes here, but that is the one I wanted to pick out here that I like. Charma Lily commented, "I just can't get past Burke's awkward smiling." When I read this note, that was one of the reasons that I made sure to at least include a little bit of information about Duper's delight in this video, because just because someone's smiling or acting awkward in an interview does not necessarily mean that they're lying. They could simply be nervous. And why I advised here in the members group to, if possible, ignore it, block out the weird stuff, or just simply listen on audio only. When I listen to stuff with just the audio without seeing the video, I actually capture a lot more stuff and I'm a lot more confident in my analysis because I know I'm not being influenced by any sort of extraneous information. I'm just listening to the words. Here's a comment from Craig Campbell, who is a great commenter, great follower of the McCann case. Lots of good stuff on X. And his comment about this is, "It was a very nice interview. I'd want to see Burke push a little more on certain topics." Dr. Phil's a friend of John Ramsey, hence why he got the interview. I guess all the questions would have been screened. I agree. This is one of my big problems with lots of the interviews I find on YouTube, that when someone hits that certain celebrity status, even if it's in a morbid way, like John Ramsey, they are able to force the interviewer to treat them kindly, lest they just walk off the interview. So you see that lots of the interviews, especially with like Jada Pinkett Smith that I do, the interviewers never really push back on them to reveal some of their true colors or scratch past the surface. And I agree, this was a very nice interview, which is frustrating. And one reason I'd like my channel to grow more so that people would have to, because I would love to be able to interview people on the channel and show you guys how to do an interview that really elicits information out of people rather than just throwing them softball questions. But they have to get something out of it. And if my channel were larger, they would have to make that decision a little bit more calculated, right? Do I want to get exposure and subject myself to potentially being exposed? Right now, there's just not enough exposure for them to take the risk of doing an interview with me. especially if I think that they're lying. Most Pallone has lots of great comments here, but I'm just going to pick out the top 3. And he also has some comments on part 2. So his first note is that John Ramsey, at the 23-minute mark here, actually does contradict himself. And we've seen him do this in another interview where he says he told Patsy to call 911. Yet in another interview we looked at, when he was asked if he called 911, he says, yes, I called 911, which is a contradiction, but also indicates that he's being kind of fast and loose with the facts. He's not necessarily focused on trying to be as honest or as clear and direct as possible. So even though he can easily get caught in that lie, right, we can prove he didn't call, it shows that he's not trying to relay information as accurately as possible. Another note from Most Pallone is, the father says we hid him from the media, but we didn't hide him from anybody, which of course is an immediate contradiction and well noted. And he also notes that John says, your daughter's been taken, not my daughter was taken, which I pointed out in another video. That sort of distancing language, the hypothetical language that the Ramseys use when they're talking about the kidnapping scenario, likely because they were never actually in a kidnapping scenario. So it's all hypothetical to them because it was all made up, and that's how they talk about it. Lots of great notes here. All right, this is an excellent note from Mel, and something I pointed out, and I think her note is the one I was thinking about when I pointed out and made this point. And I think she explains this point really well. So, Dr. Phil asks Burke if he remembers the last time he saw JonBenet alive, and Burke says, I want to say it was in the car. He wants to say that, but that doesn't make it true. And she says, oh man, there's going to be a lot in this interview. That was a great catch. And that is in the deception deck. I want to say that performative phrase is something that liars use to evade answering questions directly. And Alicia, another member, has also commented, noting how evasive that response is. All right, so this will be the last note we read in this one, and we'll read the rest in part 2 when I analyze the rest of the Dr. Phil interview. So this one's from Kate Eleanor, and she's saying that she remembers her own brother growing up, and she can't find his response inappropriate when Burke said that he wanted to just stay in his room. And I agree. I don't think that Burke staying in his room because he wanted to avoid drama as a 9-year-old or, might have been scared is a big red flag. So even I didn't think that was too weird. I think Burke is just a unique type of character. He's a little bit awkward. And I can imagine that if the parents are running around being dramatic, he might have just preferred to be alone in his room. That said, that does not mean he's innocent. He could have still killed JonBenet. The parents orchestrated the cover-up and remained in his room while they were orchestrating the cover-up. That's perfect. So both can be true. We don't have to think anything about that was weird. Also doesn't exonerate